Okay, we'll convene the Planning Commission hearing for this morning. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the clerk take the roll, please?
Commissioner McGee?
Here.
Commissioner Dukas?
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Here.
Commissioner Onstott?
Here.
Commissioner Wessner?
Present. Okay, this is the point in the agenda where we accept hear public comments from anybody in the audience on any matter that's not on our agenda today. I have no speaker cards. Is there anybody out there? Okay, continuing. Item 5, approval of the February 13, 2014 minutes.
Good for me. Move for approval as presented. That's right.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, that's right. I know. Here we go.
Got it. Yeah, be patient with us. We're using this newfangled stuff up here. We're still transitioning from pencils and paper.
Whose idea was that?
I moved.
Okay.
It's all done.
Minutes are approved. Item 6, approval of the February 20, 2014 minutes. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 7, Sedequoia Area Plan Update. Staff.
Good morning, Chairman Rodriguez, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Rosemary Rowan. I manage the Long Range Planning section, and I'm here today with the two case planners who worked on the Sedequoia Area Plan, Shelley Sussman and Ruchita Kadakia. We would like to start our workshop out today, which it is a workshop instead of a hearing, by explaining the purpose of today's hearing and our agenda. The purpose really is to obtain input from the Planning Commission on the work that we've done to date on the Sedequoia Area Plan. The board is actually more familiar with this project perhaps than the Planning Commission because we've gone back to them several times, and there is a related pre-screening that was done for this project. So we wanted to update the Commission on this rather complex and multi-year project before we move forward with our CEQA document. And in particular, we would like to obtain your comments and your recommendations on the 4 products that are identified on this slide, including the land use map, the mobility map, our proposed approach to the development code for Old Town Sedequoia, and our proposed concepts for removing what we call institutional barriers to implementing some of the concepts that have been developed for this area plan. Our agenda today, and it could take all day, is that we will start with a brief presentation on our project background and history, and that will be followed by an approximately 2-hour tour of the Sedequoia community. I'd like to thank Gold Coast Transit for their generous contribution of both a bus and driver for this tour. And following the tour, we're assuming you'll need a lunch break, and we're estimating that the afternoon session would begin at 1 o'clock. We wanted to try to set a time for the afternoon session because our assumption is that most members of the public will attend the afternoon session. This afternoon, we will start off with staff presentations on the land use proposals, the mobility proposals, and the implementation issues. We also have two consultants coming this afternoon to provide presentations for you. The first is our marketing report consultant, and the second is Dave Sargent from Sargent Town Planning, who helped prepare the proposals for Old Town Saticoy. Finally, of course, public testimony, questions, and discussions, and recommendations from the Planning Commission. So, the project background and history. Just a bit of a background. The area plan for Saticoy is part of our general plan. It will affect physical growth and development for this community for probably the next few decades. This community is located within the City of Ventura's sphere of influence. And although, as you can see, it will someday form the southeast corner of the City of Ventura, today and for the foreseeable future, it is part of the unincorporated county. The last major revision to this plan occurred in 1990, but the city did update their Saticoy Wells community plan, which also addresses this area more recently in 2009. After this hearing, the staff will continue to work with the city. We have been working with them to try to do a coordinated approach on planning for this community. Saticoy covers 238 acres of land. There are two transportation lines that bisect the community. The first is the north-south State Route 118, which runs and divides Saticoy. The second is the Santa Paula branch line of the Union Pacific Railroad that runs east-west, and that line is a freight line that is managed by the Ventura County Transportation Commission, or VCTC. The community contains essentially three sub-areas that we've referred to repeatedly in our report. The first is Old Town Saticoy. The second is the Western Industrial Area, which is west of 118. And the third is the Southern Industrial Area. From a purely geographic standpoint, you can see that industrial use dominates Saticoy, and it is in fact one of the largest industrial areas in this region. The community is bounded on the north by the City of Ventura, on the south by the Santa Clara River, on the west by the Brown, Barranca, and agricultural land, which is still in the county, and also on the east by the Franklin, Barranca, and agricultural land. We expect to see some major changes in the city within the next decade or two. For example, they currently have in excess of 1,000 residential units in their entitlement process for land that's either north or west of Saticoy. For example, the more recent one that we've seen is called the North Bank Development Project, which is to the left of our west industrial area. That would include about 300 residential units and would require annexation of that property. Old Town Saticoy is a very distinct sub-area of the community. It's really the historic center of Saticoy, and it's the only subsection that contains a mixture of uses, residential, commercial, and industrial uses. Saticoy Park is on the northern boundary of Old Town Saticoy, and on the southern boundary is 8 acres of vacant land that was the subject of the general plan amendment before the board in the year 2010. I think it would be fair to say that Old Town Saticoy was once a more thriving community than it is today. As you will see on your tour, there is a lot of underutilized land in the community, both within Old Town Saticoy and also within, I would say, underutilized within the industrial sector. So one of the things we're attempting to do is to identify and then provide at least some solutions that we have available to us to solve some of the problems that we've observed in the community, but also to take advantage of some of the opportunities that we believe exist in Saticoy. Saticoy does meet the state's definition of an economically disadvantaged community based on its median salary, which is 54% of the countywide median. A lot of the housing stock is older, and a lot of the households would be described as overcrowded because the size of those households does exceed the average within Ventura County. Historically and currently, Saticoy is characterized by the Hispanic heritage of its residents. Based on zoning, not necessarily actual use, most of the land, about 150 acres or about 75% of the land, is zoned for industrial use. As I mentioned before, the catalyst for this project started in 2010 when 3 landowners requested a pre-screening before the Board of Supervisors to change their land use designation, which is 5 parcels or about 8 acres, from a low-density residential land use designation today to industrial. The same landowners, I believe, also conducted a review at that time before the Ventura City Council. In both cases, they did meet with a positive response to their request, which in part, I believe, was based on the lack of water that's available because of the city's current water policy. During the board hearing, Planning Division staff recommended that the GPA process be conducted concurrently with an update to the Saticoy Area Plan, and the board did agree with that recommendation. The private landowners were asked to prepare a jobs housing balance study and, if necessary, to process a general plan amendment to address any housing that would be lost from changing the land use designation from residential to industrial. The board also asked staff to search for grants to help fund that project. Well, staff did precisely what the board asked us to do. We did search for grants. We were successful. And today we have a project that looks like this. These are the components of the project. It will include a background report, and some draft versions of this are in your staff report today. The background report is, for example, in Exhibit H, our draft version of it. The area plan will include a land use plan, a mobility plan, goals, policies, and programs, and portions of that are represented by Exhibits B, C, and E. We also will have to do concurrent rezoning, and also we're doing a development code for Old Town Saticoy, and that is represented in Exhibits B and D. Finally, we have to do a CEQA document. None of our grants cover all of the CEQA document, but we did get funding for doing some technical reports, and 2 of those are in your packet today. The first is the market study, and the second is the historical survey. In part because we had 2 different grants, our project has been split up into 2 phases. The first phase was funded by a Compass Blueprint grant from the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. The second from the State Strategic Growth Council. It's called a Sustainable Communities Grant, and that is phase 2. We do have some additional funding that we're looking at to fill in the gaps of those 2 funding sources, although those grants, when combined, did provide us with about $538,000 in grant funds. Phase 1 started in the spring of 2012, and it focused solely on Old Town Saticoy. The money went to hire a consultant, Sargent Town Planning, who did this work. They did a lot of the background work for Old Town Saticoy. They also produced land use proposals, proposals for improvements to the circulation system. They did a public health and sustainability analysis as well, and they did a draft development code for Old Town Saticoy. And Dave Sargent from that firm will be here to present some of his work this afternoon for you. I believe he'll be focusing on the development code. Phase 2, which we're now about 1 year into Phase 2, it started in October of 2012, and it must be completed. The pumpkin goes away, and we have to have the work completed by October of 2015. So our current schedule has us coming back to the Planning Commission and the board in the summer of next year with our CEQA document and all final documents so that we can complete this project by the deadline. And Phase 2 is really focused on looking at the entire area plan, integrating all the work products from Phase 1 into an official area plan document. We'll be updating some of the development codes. We're here today. This is part of the funding is to make sure that we get lots of public input from decision makers. And as I mentioned, we've also started the technical studies for the report. And a second consultant who will be here from this Phase 2 funding is Dave Bergman. Dave is our marketing consultant who we hired to do the study in your staff report. The project goals and objectives for this project came from a variety of sources. Some of it is just basic planning principles. I mean, we would like to improve the quality of life for both the people who live and work in Saticoy. In addition to that, there were a lot of objectives for the grant programs that we applied for, and those objectives really focus on using land use to improve sustainability and more specifically reduce GHG emissions. And so a lot of the things that you do to try to do that is you use infill development, you try to use your land more efficiently, you create more connections throughout the community, you look at different ways to move other than just using cars and trucks, meaning you need to really look at your pedestrian systems, your bicycle, and your transit systems as well. Finally, some of our goals and objectives came from some of the input that we had, a lot of which occurred during our Phase 1 where we had a substantial number of meetings. So just take us, I'll quickly go through these, our 4 main objectives, the first being sustainable development. And I've already described some of the things that go into that. Obviously, locating housing near services and jobs. We developed a new mixed-use zone in response to this goal, and we have focused on multimodal transportation, which will be carried out both in the area plan and also the development code. The second goal is economic revitalization. We are looking to provide a way to improve opportunities for businesses and for job creation in the community of Saticoy. It's one reason we did the marketing study, and we're looking to make sure that our land uses are in the right location, the right configuration. You don't have too much, you don't have too little, and to make sure that we're efficiently using the land. And actually, one of the main issues that we've uncovered in this project is related to also some of the land use conflicts that we've identified, primarily between residential and industrial use, which really does not help either use, including the industrial. Having that combination is not a great combination. Third goal was to improve housing opportunities. We have looked for opportunities to both build some new multifamily housing, but in addition to that, we've used the development code and we'll use the area plan to look for ways to build some compatible housing in the existing neighborhood, housing such as duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes that slightly increase the density and housing in some of those areas while remaining compatible with the character of those neighborhoods. So one of our goals has certainly been to address the needs of the low-income households. And fourth, of course, is improved infrastructure. And as you will hear today, improving some of the infrastructure within Saticoy may be key to doing a lot of the other things that we would like to do, including sustainability, improving jobs, helping to provide a more efficient and well-utilized area plan. There are some infrastructure problems in Saticoy, and they include a wide range of things. And we've been working, we've had spent a significant amount of time working with the city on their water issue. They have a hearing on Monday to go over their in lieu fee development proposal, and we have a letter of support in for that proposal in terms of its being extended to areas like Saticoy. We're also looking at what's called complete streets, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon. And to appropriately plan and locate for public facilities, we have worked with the Parks Department and the library folks. There's a possibility that the library, for example, will be moving to a building on LA Avenue. That's been in the process for a while, but finding a good location for that library is really critical to the revitalization of the town center. Finally, just there is an exhibit in your report on our project coordination and outreach. We've had at least 3 public meetings. We had a special presentation with the marketing consultant before business groups and also affordable housing developers. We've met several times with the private landowners who applied for the general plan amendment. And we've had a lot of interagency meetings with Gold Coast Transit, VCTC, Public Works, et cetera, throughout this project, and we expect to continue to do that. So unless you have questions for me, I'm now going to hand this over to Shelley Sussman, who will provide some information for you about the upcoming tour.
Any questions? No, we're good. Commissioner Wessner.
Yeah, this is just a direction for the later discussion. I don't expect a response right now. I'm trying to coordinate the current zoning designations and our Measure A, that's a SOAR initiative that we have in the county, because it's my understanding the city of Ventura does not have one. So in my mind, as far as future annexations, those kinds of questions I want to answer as best as possible, obviously, because of the potential of triggering a Measure A. Do you see where I'm going with my thought process here, or am I confusing you?
I'm slightly confused.
Okay.
I'm not sure that our SOAR initiative would affect Saticoy specifically. The agricultural lands that border Saticoy, however, I would assume are subject to SOAR restrictions. But if the city annexes, for instance, the agricultural lands on the west side, then it's my understanding that their SOAR provisions would apply. And just to let you know, they have already gone before LAFCO to discuss that potential annexation.
Okay, well, I was in your exhibit where it discusses SOAR, page 119, it mentions the cities of Camarillo, Moore Park, Oxnard, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Santa Paula, Fillmore. It does not talk about Ventura's SOAR ordinance.
All right.
Okay, so if you can clear that up for me, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely. We will do a little investigation before this afternoon.
I'll be here all day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dukas.
What about this this email from, I can't pronounce the last name, the tribal chair of the Barbarino Venturino Band of Mission Indians? Do you have this?
I have not seen it. Shelley? None of our staff has seen it yet.
Okay, so could you look it over and
Absolutely.
let us know what import it has to today?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Armstrong.
You can obviously anticipate lots of questions about infrastructure, more particularly water, so be prepared.
I think we are.
Okay. You're going to have somebody else come up?
Good morning, Chairman Rodriguez and members of the Commission. My name is Shelley Sussman, and I'm one of the project planners. The next part of the workshop takes place in the Saticoy community, and as Rosemary mentioned, Gold Coast Transit has graciously provided a bus for us to use today. As the tour map shows, we have 3 stops, one each in each of the sub areas. We'll be making a stop first in Old Town Saticoy, and that's where we'll do the majority of our walking. We have a couple of places that we'll visit on foot in around Stop A. We'll then reboard the bus and drive to Stop B, where we'll make just a brief stop in the South Industrial area to take a look at the vacant parcels and some of the land use issues that exist along Nardo Street. And then we'll reboard the bus and make a final stop in the West Industrial section. And we've coordinated with Harrison, the Harrisons, to use their big parking area for the bus. You'll notice when you get out there that there are no sidewalks or pedestrian amenities along Lirio. So we're going to kind of cluster in their parking area and do some talking, point out some things, and then to the extent that we can, we'll sort of bring you out onto Lirio and show you point out some road connection issues between LA Avenue and Lirio. Then we'll reboard the bus as opposed to walking up the street because it wouldn't be safe to do that. And we'll point out some connection issues between the unincorporated area and the city of Ventura along Nardo Street at the top.
Will we get the opportunity to stop at the, I guess, north end of Lirio? I forget I think it's Nardo that goes across
Yes.
to the Lirio extension.
Right. Well, there isn't.
Because there's
Go ahead.
if development occurs in the city of Ventura,
Correct.
the proposal is to put a connector in there.
Yeah, well,
I recall.
that proposal for that Nardo Street connection has been in the existing area plan and in the city's plans, including their general plan.
I just didn't know if we were going to stop specifically to see where that was at.
Yeah, we're going to pull off the road.
Thank you.
Yes. There isn't really a proper stopping place, but we're going to pull off the road and take a look. And the goal of the tour is really to familiarize you with existing conditions, what's on the ground there. It will help, we believe, for you guys to do that when you evaluate the proposals that you have in front of you this afternoon. Okay. So because this is a public forum, there are some protocols to keep in mind, and I'm just going to read through them to make sure we don't miss anything. The workshop will be recorded at each stop, and Commissioner Rodriguez, you'll be convening and adjourning at each stop. There should be no communication between members of the public and the commission, and the commissioners should refrain from internal discussions. We're going to have speaker and comment cards available on the tour. So for people or members of the public who have things that they want to remember to bring back in the afternoon, they'll have the opportunity to write them down. We won't necessarily want to take those sorts of comments and questions in the field. We definitely want to come back in the afternoon session and address those comments at the end of all of the staff presentations. iPads are not necessary. We have a decidedly low-tech pen and clipboard arrangement for you. It has the each stop kind of blown up with some room for writing your own thoughts or questions. And of course, we'll be taking you to see the tiger cage that's placed in the center of Sataquai. Just kidding. I couldn't resist. There is no tiger cage in the middle of Sataquai.
Are you sure?
Positive. So that's it. We understand the bus is here. We're a little early. We expected to have an hour this morning to kind of bring you up to speed with project history. If there are no other questions,
Commissioner Wessner.
Where are the 1,000 units that City of Ventura is considering? Location of the 1,000 units that the City of Ventura is
yeah,
considering?
they're all over. I mean, we did identify those units that are probably within 2 miles of Sataquai. Hold on, let me get to the map.
Do they abut to the west?
Well, there's... Why isn't this working? Oh, sorry. There's this development here, which is going to be 191 units. There is another development right here called the Watt development, and that is another 90-odd units. Up here, there are some units, including some CEDC units. Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation has a development up there, as well as Jensen.
You're talking about the area off Darling Road there?
Yes. So this is in the city, right? So here's the boundary of Old Town. This is existing new development in the city. And then along the one, or Wells at this point, and Darling, there is a development in the works with, I think it's called Gen Ben Village. And they have a number of, I don't remember offhand the number, but quite a few units. And then even farther north at Telegraph, which is off this map, but just basically a block above Telephone, there are a number of developments
Is that the-
between like Wells and Sataquai.
Is that the Parklands development?
I'm sorry?
Is that the Parklands development?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. And there's another one too, the Hanson Trust land.
So how many of these developments, if any, circulate directly into the Sataquai area plan?
Like direct access into
yes,
Sataquai?
Yes,
0.
0. And how do the
And
ones-
that's one of the issues that we'll be talking at length about, is the difficulty with access both within the community of Sataquai itself and connections between Sataquai and the city.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say, this connection along Nardo Street into, here's Lirio. As I mentioned, we've had that connection from Nardo to North Bank Drive, which is, somewhere in here. This is North Bank Drive. This development, this North Bank development, North Bank Drive will extend through that development. And of course, the intent at one point, and still in our general plan, is to connect North Bank to Nardo. And that would really achieve an important east-west connection between the city and Sataquai. But we understand that the developer doesn't have an interest in providing that connection, and so it's still kind of on the books, but it isn't a connection that the city is requiring at this stage.
It's an island.
Commissioner Dukas?
Are we going to be looking at, okay, let me back up. We have 4 alternatives, and alternative 3 talks about moving a railroad crossing.
Alternative 3 and 4 talk about, I wouldn't say that we're requiring that a railroad crossing be moved. I think what we're saying is we've identified that there is a need for additional north-south connections, especially when you have new development, more density. As you'll see in the field, the railroad crossing that extends the farthest east is Alelia, and that's not very far east in the community. So to the extent that there is increased development, the farther west you go, it highlights the importance of somehow achieving some connection. We've had some preliminary discussions with VCTC and even the Public Utilities Commission to figure out, is it even within the realm of the possible to expect that we can move a railroad crossing, swap a railroad crossing. And of course, there are much more discussions and analysis that needs to happen about that. But what we heard is if you can make the case based on safety, you have a better chance of getting approval.
So is that going to be on our tour?
We're going to see the connection at Alelia, which is the farthest one east. There's a connection at LA Avenue and a connection at Alelia, and that's it. And we'll see that, and I will point out at that point, and you'll get a sense once you're standing there of how far it is from Alelia to Campanula, which is the eastern end. I'm sorry, the western end. Eastern end. You'll see the distance between the existing crossing and the edge of the community.
Do we have any sense at all about what Ventura is going to do regarding approval of the in lieu fee? No snickering.
Boy.
Well, following up on that, they're the 800-pound gorilla.
Of course.
I'm going to ask some specific questions about the status of annexation this afternoon. So I would like to know, it's very difficult to see what comprehensive planning can do unless we know what the city of Ventura is going to do or not do.
Do you have any sense of what they're going to do on Monday regarding that in lieu fee? No?
Well, here's what I do know. And of course, it's very, whatever happens is unpredictable
Monday.
at this
Right.
stage. Right.
Right.
Okay. So I've had many, many discussions with the staff of Ventura Water, and their intent for this in lieu fee is to ask the council to approve the in lieu fee for properties first within the city of Ventura. And once they do that, their intent is to make that in lieu fee available for properties outside of the city, which would include Saticoy. Of course, they're on board for doing that. They now recognize the importance of doing that. Of course, water for even if the old town, even if our unincorporated area portion was part of the city, it would need additional water that the city would be providing. So Ventura Water recognizes that development requires water. So what the city does and on what schedule, it really is not. It's not. I don't have any prediction. I know when it's gone in front of the council before, not the in lieu fee, but kind of the water issues in general, especially in light of all the drought conditions. They're very concerned about water sources and having enough water for their own development inside the city. So, I don't know what their response will be. But as Rosemary said, we submitted a letter saying, the county really feels this is important for this community that at one point will be annexed at some point in the future.
So where
I'm just guessing here. Is there some kind of play about who goes first?
Yeah.
Like what the
We want to
county
spend
is,
some money.
what the county is perhaps proposing for the plan, and what their reaction will be regarding that water availability?
Rosemary Rowan again, Commissioner Dukas. I just want to note that we have spoken to the city. I've spoken to the city council about this issue, and during hearing when they were discussing water and general plan issues, we'd like to note that their own city plan for this area actually anticipates higher levels of intensity and growth than we are proposing in our plan. So there's a lot of lack of consistency within the city plans itself between their own planning and their water policy. Their water policy in another for the county in North Ventura Avenue, for example, is different than it is in Saticoy. in North Ventura Avenue, largely because there's a different water purveyor, I've been told. The city will extend water service as long as the proposed development is consistent with the city's plan for that area. So in North Ventura Avenue in particular, if you want water, you have to have a very coordinated land use approach. Their approach here is quite different, the 3/4 inch line. We don't know exactly where that came from. At some point in time, the water rights for this area were taken over by the city. We assume there's some legal issues regarding that we're not aware of, and we do not have the expertise to evaluate. But we've had positive responses from the Community Development Department regarding the water issue, and as Shelley mentioned, also from Ventura Water. But the real issue is going to be, what does the City Council do? And particularly given the current conditions, it's rather difficult to predict. All we know is that Ventura Water has told us that they will be recommending that the in-lieu fee will be extended. I don't know that they're going to do that at Monday's meeting, but they have informed us and members of the public to that effect.
Thank you.
While I'm up here, Commissioner Dukas, I just wanted to respond to your previous question.
Yes.
I read the email regarding from the tribal chair, and it appears that the land they're referring to in this email does not, it's in the city of Ventura. It is not in the county.
But this plan does not that large area of Chumash, the ancient Chumash village, fall within the Saticoy area? It does not?
It's north of the freeway, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's outside of the area?
I believe it is. We'll confirm that, but
Okay.
I believe it is. I believe it's south of Telephone Road, kind of adjacent, kind of in this area here. This is the new veterans home, and I believe that the land that they're referring to is in this general area, which is
That's not
outside of...
the one in our plan, the one in our report, is that, I took it that it was, I'm not familiar with the area, I apologize.
Okay. I don't want to misspeak, so I haven't looked at the letter. I'm not exactly sure what they're referring to, so we can...
The letter's separate from what was analyzed in the report? The land that the letter references is different than that which is in our report?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one more question.
One more question.
Excuse me. To
Commissioner
anybody,
Alstott.
what's the current water source for Saticoy?
It's the Santa Paula Basin, Santa Paula Groundwater Basin.
Okay, and that basin's been adjudicated, and I assume, is it wells?
Yes. I mean,
It's okay.
I don't know
whoever you have to
protocol.
ask.
We do have someone from Ventura Water here.
Well, listen, my point is the Santa Paula Basin's adjudicated.
Yes, it is.
You're not going to be pulling any more water out of there unless you buy it from somebody else. So I'm wondering where
Correct.
the water source, both for the 1,000 units and for whatever we want to do there, is going to come from, which
Right.
stops everything.
Yeah, there are, as far as I understand, I've spoken to the director of the Santa Paula Basin Pumpers Association, and there are some members of the Santa Paula Basin that do have extra capacity that theoretically they could sell to other developers. But, you know, of course, the water issue is big, both for Saticoy and Ventura County, just in general. So yeah, it is a major infrastructure challenge.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
How the hell can you do any time?
Okay, so
So,
at this point, we would be prepared to leave.
yes,
Okay, information for the public. I assume everybody was here and heard the protocol, what's going to happen. The commission will be leaving and reconvening out at, I think we said Violetta and LA Avenue. It will be our first stop. We'll get off. We'll do our walking tour. The public is certainly welcome to be there. It'll be a public hearing. we will not be accepting questions or be able to converse with you, but we have speaker cards. You can put down on those cards what it is you want us to be aware of or talk about, and with it, hopefully you'll be able to come back. We'll come back here and start the meeting again at 1 o'clock. And all those speakers, I'm sorry if you thought that we were going to have that portion of the hearing this morning. We've got to go out and do the tour first, and then we'll come back and do and take the cards and have the discussion and listen to the speakers for the presentation by the consultants as well as comments from the public. I saw a hand go up in the audience earlier. I don't see it now, so with that then, nothing else from staff. Would you go ahead and adjourn the meeting and reconvene?
Shelley Sussman, I neglected to point out that the bus is going to be between the Hall of Justice and the HOA. So we'll just take maybe 10 minutes to gather what we need and meet everybody at that location.
Okay, thank you. We'll be reconvening out there in probably about 30 minutes, I imagine. 20 minutes?
In Saticoy?
Yeah. Give or take?
Yeah, probably 20, 25
Okay,
minutes.
approximately.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting.
Actually, I think it's that seat right there is the worst one.
Okay, I think we're ready to convene. Apologize for our tardiness. We were working off a different clock in the other room. Reconvene the Planning Commission meeting and continue with our staff presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Rodriguez and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Shelley Sussman, and I'm one of the project planners working on the Saticoy project. The afternoon session is laid out here. I'll talk about land use. Ruchita Kadakia will discuss mobility. I'll come back and talk about some of the implementation challenges. And then we have two consultant presentations. Our market study consultant and Dave Sargent from Sargent Town Planning, as Rosemary described, was sort of the visionary in the early part of the project. Public testimony, and then, of course, your discussion and recommendations. So starting with land use, my land use discussion will begin with a brief review of the existing conditions that we saw in the field today. I'll discuss project objectives related to land use descriptions, and finally a review of 4 land use configuration alternatives. Beginning with the existing conditions, this map shows the land uses that you saw on the tour this morning. There are currently 3 basic land uses in Saticoy today. The red is commercial, or CPD, commercial plan development. The yellow is residential, and the whitish and grayish areas are industrial. As we talked about in the field today, you can see, you can see the sandwiching of uses that we discussed. You know, it goes from from industrial to residential, back to industrial, and again, residential. There's some information about the industrial zones to notice, especially as we start talking about the alternatives. Here are the M3 zones, the heaviest industrial zones that we saw in the West Industrial section. You can see they're non-contiguous, and the rest of the zoning on the west side is M2, or the medium industrial. In the Old Town section, you have a strip of M2 zoning, and then in the South Industrial, you have M1 zoning with a little bit of M2. And also just to notice that what exists now is what we refer to as the town center does extend a little bit south of the railroad. So we identified some existing land use challenges early on in the project, ranging from insufficient affordable housing to deteriorating properties and a significant amount of underutilized land. And I'll briefly sort of run through what that looks like on the ground, which you saw today. This site may look familiar. It's a picture taken in one of the key town center locations at LA Avenue heading north towards Violetta. We were actually all standing sort of right here, and we walked north towards the bus. The need for revitalization and reinvestment is clear. Lots of empty lots, lack of pedestrian amenities, and really no draw into the heart of the community. This aerial image may also look familiar. Here we are at the 118. Here's that S-curve, the beginning of that S-curve. We were all standing on the drain. And this image, I think, really, it's really easy to see the underutilized parcels, especially in those key areas in the community. In terms of adjacent incompatibilities, here we are on Nardo Street. We were a little bit farther down this way. This is Alelia and Nardo. And of course, you have the residential development on the south side, and you have industrial and open storage on the other side. And finally, several areas within the town center are deteriorating. You really can't tell from this vantage point, but this is that bank on the corner of LA Avenue and Violetta. And what you see around it is basically deteriorating properties. Well, this could really be a focal point for the community. Right now, it really is hampered by so much deterioration around it. So based on these existing conditions and stakeholder input and consultant input and the goals related to the state grant, as Rosemary described earlier this morning, we developed some new land use objectives. And I'll review the primary objectives, starting with the revitalization of the town center. And that includes basically, making sure it's the right size, that it's well designed and in the right location to draw people into the community. Another primary objective relates to housing opportunities. The need for multifamily housing has been identified in our market study. The challenge, of course, is to identify the right amount of housing that's necessary, and of course to place it near the town center so that people can walk to do their daily shopping and have their cup of coffee. We've talked a lot about this already, addressing land use incompatibilities and resolving that sandwiching of land uses between the railroad and Rosal Lane, which was that narrow sort of alley adjacent to the vacant parcels. Another objective was to identify the appropriate land uses for the vacant GPA parcels, keeping in mind the direction we got from the Board of Supervisors in 2010. So questions related to that: what surrounding land use pattern best fits with an industrial land use, if that's the land use that's identified for those vacant parcels? And then the ancillary question, of course, is if we lose residential zoning for those parcels, where is the best place to put that housing? Where possible, we also wanted to minimize land use changes, and we wanted to ensure that our land use plan was consistent with the City of Ventura's Saticoy Wells Community Plan that was approved in 2009. And finally, we wanted to address the recommendations and information that we got from the two technical studies that we've done so far, the market study and the historic resources report. These studies are both included in your packets in Exhibit I. And we have, as I mentioned, our market study consultant coming and presenting, so I won't go into objectives related to the market study, but I do want to touch back on the results of the historic survey. We talked about it a little bit in the field. We pointed out the 3 historic structures that are potentially eligible for National Register listing: the bank building, the depot, and the Walnut Growers Association warehouse. There are also 21 other structures found to be potentially eligible for local listing. And those are a combination of churches, dwellings, and commercial businesses. And notably, there are 7 historic structures, dwellings along Nardo Street. So based on these land use objectives, we developed 4 basic land use designations and their associated zoning classifications. So commercial, mixed use, residential, industrial are our land use classifications. And for example, a commercial land use designation would have a town center zoning classification. And I'll briefly run through the vision for each of these classifications. And we'll talk, David Sargent will talk much more about these issues. The vision for the town center is really to create a main street that create a main street feel that comprises the core of the community. And the intent is to attract pedestrians who come to shop and eat and meet their friends. And you may have noticed at the corner of Violetta and LA Avenue, there is a gas station this is a gas station also. I think it's in Santa Barbara, but I'm not sure. But that's the sort of repurposing of structures that is potentially feasible in Saticoy. We envision these town center developments to be up to 2 stories with ground floor retail opportunities. The intent of the residential mixed use zone is really to provide opportunities for higher density housing, but allow flexibility to also allow commercial and retail uses. Of course, one of the priorities is to make sure that such developments still fit within the character of Saticoy, and the recognition that commercial uses are most appropriate for streets like LA Avenue, commercial developments adjacent to LA Avenue. But one key, of course, with RMU is to locate higher density housing closer to the town, as close to the town center as possible, to encourage people to shop and walk there. In addition to preserving existing housing stock in the residential zone, we envision that some increased density would be allowed in existing residential neighborhoods. Rosemary mentioned it this morning. It could take, I'm in industrial. It could take the form of duplexes, garden apartments, garden buildings such as the one shown here. Again, the key would be to keep the character of the development compatible with the existing small town feel. And that actually is a home in Saticoy. The ultimate density of a given...
May I ask a question?
Sure.
That particular house is like 500 square feet. Are you suggesting that the housing stack would go down that small? Or are you saying instead
I don't think
that it
new
would...
housing stock, I don't think new housing would be 500 square feet. I actually don't know what the square footage of that structure is. But, the existing housing does range from quite small to sizable. But when we talk about increased density in the residential zone, we're talking about more typical new development, triplexes or duplexes or courtyard buildings like that.
Thank you.
The industrial zone would still accommodate industrial development from light to heavy, as it does now, M1, 2, and 3, and would also allow some smaller scale services and offices. So you may recognize Rolls. We drove by it this morning. And this is just an example from another community of an industrial building that is also appears to be used for other uses like office space. So now we come to the 4 land use alternatives. All of the 4 maps share some common elements, and I wanted to run through those briefly. They all preserve the housing north of Azahar. So the houses that we saw in the early part of the tour in Stop A, that's the housing stock north of Azahar. They all identify the town center commercial as the zone for the train depot and the Walnut Growers building. Right now, those are zoned industrial. And one of the reasons for that is because we feel that commercial zoning may allow for better opportunities for these structures to be repurposed. And while industrial zoning is still present in Old Town, staff is recommending that it be changed from M2 to M1, the lightest intensity industrial zoning. And heavy industrial zoning is modified in two basic ways on the west side, and we'll see that in the following maps. So all the land use maps, just to orient yourselves with your packet, all the land use maps are included in Exhibit B. You also have larger paper copies of all the 4 alternatives to make it easier to view them sort of side by side. Starting with the legend, we'll go over the colors first. Residential remains yellow. The residential mixed use is the lighter pink. The town center is the darker pink. And the industrial zones go from the M1, which is the gray, to the blue M2 and the purple M3. We also noted some sort of gateway locations here at the north end. That's where that, we've seen that aerially. We saw it, on the ground. And down here, also at the end of LA Avenue as it comes into town. So you'll see those areas marked on each of the land use maps. We've also noted a couple of structures that are important. That's the community center that we saw. This is the bank building, and that is the depot. And of course the subsections, that's Old Town. It has the blue line around it. That's the South Industrial section, and this is the West Industrial section. So as far as what is notable about this alternative, it provides the maximum separation of residential and industrial land uses by placing the residential mixed use zone at the north end of the community. You can see it's totally separated from any industrial land use. One potential downside of this placement is that it doesn't take advantage of any of the vacant GPA parcels. So redevelopment for multifamily purposes, for example, at this location, may be a little bit more challenging because it would require the purchase of several parcels and combining those parcels together. This is the only option where the town center extends south of the railroad, allowing for retail development all the way down LA Avenue. Alternative 1 allows the maximum amount of industrial M1 zoning in Old Town. So all of this is designated M1. And it also allows for the maximum amount of M3 zoning on the west side. So we pointed out those discontiguous, sort of oddly shaped puzzle pieces. And what we're proposing is that we expand M3 zoning and join the parcels together. And it extends, this is the option that extends M3 zoning the farthest north. And we feel that that's appropriate because the residential mixed uses are separated. The GPA parcels are almost exclusively industrial. So these are the GPA parcels right here, with a strip of commercial allowed along LA Avenue. And this would, of course, be consistent with the direction we got from the board in 2010. Of course, that means that residential zoning along Nardo Street, all those houses that you saw, would be converted from residential to industrial zoning, making the housing non-conforming. And just generally, a non-conforming residential use is not amortized, so a house can remain indefinitely, but there are certain restrictions associated with expansion, for example, of a non-conforming structure. In alternative 2 and 3 and 4, actually, the town center use is the use at the top. at the north end. And this really allows for the regional market potential of that location to be maximized. And this was a land use consideration that our market study consultant wrote about and will describe in more detail. The RMU district is south of the railroad in this alternative, right here, allowing for commercial uses along LA Avenue and higher density residential development adjacent to the town center. So right in here. Also, a developer at this location could take advantage of one of the vacant parcels here, which simplifies the development process if you have a vacant parcel as opposed to parcels that are built out already. Moving the RMU south results in a slightly contracted M3 zone on the west side, and we did that to keep heavy industrial uses more separated from residential mixed-use uses. 2 of the GPA parcels are zoned industrial in this alternative. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. No, I'm on alternative 2. So 2 of the GPA parcels here are zoned industrial, and the third is RMU again, which would be a mixture of residential and commercial. Finally, this alternative results in nonconformance for both existing industrial and residential uses along Nardo. But unlike nonconforming residential uses, industrial uses that become nonconforming are amortized based on square footage of the structure. So the minimum number of years for a nonconforming industrial commercial use is 10 years, and the maximum is 60 years of amortization. Alternative 3 was developed to maximize the preservation of all existing housing stock on Nardo. However, to address the land use sandwich and create a more viable residential zone, the uses along the north side of Nardo are converted from industrial to residential. So here are the existing houses, and here is the extension of the RMU zone. One impact of this conversion to RMU use along the railroad, which is right there, is the loss of opportunities to market industrial uses along the railroad. We've heard from VCTC that there is renewed interest in this line for freight, as I mentioned on the tour, and removing industrial zoning along this section limits the potential for development that may rely on freight service or benefit from freight service. Again, the M3 use is limited on the west side to maintain that distance between the RMU and industrial zoning, or heavy industrial zoning. And the GPA parcels are mostly industrial, with a small section of RMU, again, adjacent to LA Avenue. It's important to point out that this alternative creates the need for a north-south access over the railroad at a location farther east than Alelia. So we pointed out today, here's Alelia, here's the farthest east railroad crossing right now. So if you have all of this development farther down, it creates the need for some other access point. And we've identified Campanula as an access point that would be of interest to us in this alternative. Alternative 4 represents a hybrid of alternatives 2 and 3. And it addresses 2 conflicting policy objectives, allowing for increased housing opportunities and maintaining some industrial zoning along the railroad. Staff prefers this alternative primarily because it does provide a blend of land uses and a way to address these conflicting objectives. Like Alternative 2, this alternative allows RMU on one of the vacant GPA parcels. And the sandwiching of industrial and residential uses is also alleviated with this land use configuration. Under this scenario, a crossing at Amapola, which is right here, would be of interest. And in fact, a crossing here would allow the potential connection all the way down to County Drive, which is the road we drove into. I don't know if, hopefully you remember, that sort of funky road for fire access. So that concludes my land use discussion, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Ruchita Kadakia, who will discuss mobility.
Any questions? Okay.
Hello, Chairman Rodriguez and the members of the Commission. For the record, I'm Ruchita Kadakia, and I'm also a planner for in the project planning team for Sadako Area Plan Update. Exhibit 3, I should maybe move to mobility. Okay. I will be discussing all of the issues related to mobility as well as objectives that we prepared for them with the draft proposals. These draft proposals are available in your packet as Exhibit C, C3 specifically, and those include both vehicular as well as multimodal improvements. These key improvements, just so you know why we reached where the proposals that we did, how we reached that section, we are discussing, we're looking at key improvements which improve connections between the city and the county directly to Saticoy, from the local regional roads to Saticoy overall, as well as internally in the Saticoy community, and then in the multimodal facilities, we would be discussing proposals that would be related to pedestrian, bike, as well as transit facilities. This discussion starts off with a description of the existing conditions, identifying the barriers for mobility in the area, followed by a summary of the project objectives, and then we would move on to the proposals for the draft mobility maps itself. Just so you would know, while discussing each of these sections, I will be focusing on Old Town Saticoy first, moving down to the South Industrial Area, and then to the West Industrial Area. So starting with mobility barriers, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen on site there's poor connectivity between the city and Saticoy, and I'll be moving through each of them one by one. So in terms of, as we saw, Saticoy is located at the east end of Ventura, but there's no direct connection into it. LA Avenue is the primary north-south entry into Saticoy, but it does have a missing link right across the dirt road drain, as we saw in the tour. The city's plan is to extend LA Avenue beyond to Darling Road, but this is contingent on future development, and the timing for that is unknown. As seen on the tour earlier, there's also no safe connection from Telephone Road directly to LA Avenue. It is via that S-curve that we saw at the tour, and this S-curve ends into Astor Street, which actually doesn't go anywhere because it doesn't connect to LA Avenue either. Also, as Shelley mentioned in her land use alternatives, and we'll discuss earlier in the draft proposals, this location for the gateway parcel, for that to be developed rightly, this direct connection would be very beneficial. Also, Nardo is the main east-west road that we discussed, that we saw at the tour, the only one that goes through from the Old Town to the West Industrial Area, and the link for it to go ahead into the city and connect to North Bank Drive is also missing. For the regional roads itself, State Route 118 is the main regional road that bisects this community pretty much into two parts. And there is no safe connection from it to go to, again, towards LA Avenue or enter into Old Town. There is an even though Violeta is is where the heart of the Old Town is, there is no signalized entry or exit from that location. There is just an unsignalized location at Violeta, which is why we turned around when we came in for the tour. This makes it difficult to enter and exit, especially during peak hours. And then additionally, other than Nardo Street, there is no direct connection into the West Industrial area. So we saw the West Industrial section where there is no second access to the entire area other than Nardo. There is a signalized intersection at County Drive that you may remember from the tour, and there is a private road from Frontage Road which accesses Jacinto Way, another private road, but it ends at a locked gate. So, and also this configuration is not ideal for traversing traffic. So that is also another major missing link, and there's limited circulation. Internally within the Sarakoy community too, one of the biggest community facilities is the park. And this park is very secluded with very limited vehicular as well as pedestrian access. During the tour, again, you saw that there was a very obscure hidden entrance towards the eastern end off of Violeta, and it's a one-way. And in terms of pedestrian entry, there are 2 entry points from each side of Astor Street. But again, Astor Street doesn't have any sidewalks or crosswalks. It's not exactly safe. And there are also no direct connections to Astor for anyone to get there. There's also a lack of direct north-south entrance into the park itself from the Old Town. And it also lacks a direct entry from Telephone Road, and these seem very logical missing links that you could see when you were out at the site itself. The railroad right-of-way is, I can't seem to point this thing. Oh, yeah. The railroad right-of-way is another major barrier, and this further secludes Old Town from the rest of Sarakoy. The main railroad crossings are at State Route 118, LA Avenue, and Alelia. That's the furthest as it goes. Shelley mentioned that too. And there are no other eastern connections. And as we discussed, currently, this is actually something that we didn't say on the tour maybe. Currently, the industrial traffic, do you have a pointer? I'm sorry, I have another one. What is? I'm sorry. Oh, it works. Okay. You just have to press it. Okay. Sorry. Currently, the industrial traffic either gets through Sarakoy or to Sarakoy from 118, or from the eastern edge, it comes down Campanula. The furthest it can go is to Azahar, so it cuts across a partially residential and industrial location, and then it cuts down from either Alelia or on LA Avenue so that it can get to a signalized intersection so that it can get into an industrial location. So, so a lack of crossing at Campanula would be extending the crossing at Campanula would really benefit because it would actually provide a continuous connection, and it would increase safety for the area on this section because it's pretty secluded. Adding a connection at Amapola would be beneficial in providing a very much needed north-south link from Old Town itself, which is missing in the central area. Additionally, there is this private road that we talked about, which was at County Drive and Rosal Lane. And this was initially required for fire access, but due to a gate, which we got open today for the tour, it's usually locked, so this road is not used. And extending Campanula, there is a potential. I mean, if we extend Campanula all the way to County Drive, that's another missing link, which would connect it directly to the South Industrial area and County Drive and another signalized intersection. Finally, there's very limited connection to the West Industrial area with, again, another locked gate at Lirio Avenue, and that is again used for fire access, but the fire department currently doesn't allow additional development along this West Industrial area. And the market studies recommendation highlights that the land use implications due to this lack of connection of a second access to this area itself. For multimodal facilities, that's pedestrian, bike, and transit, This is a map that shows the presence or absence of sidewalks and crosswalks in the place. The green identifies the present sidewalks, and red is all of the absent ones. As you see, there's limited access to Saticoy Park. This is the kind of access for the pedestrians over there. And these are the kind of crosswalks where the sidewalks or the crosswalks, either they stop at an intersection or they just don't go through, or they're missing completely. On the West Industrial area, there are none. And there are big trucks that traverse through this entire road all the time. So if there are any pedestrians, they have to share the road with them. For bikeways, this is the city's master plan for the bicycle master plan, which includes proposals, but there is very limited bike paths and lanes currently available over here. In addition to this, there are none that go to Santa Clara River below. There is a potential for something connecting along railroad right away, along the railroad, but there's nothing that goes to the park and nothing within the community itself. In addition to the city, VCTC's Santa Paula Branch Line Recreational Trail also has bike paths planned for the railroad right of way. And finally, for transit, today what we took for the tour was a combination of both routes 11 and 10 by Gold Coast. As you see, these routes only go to the Old Town itself. Maybe I'm hiding it. Okay, so it only go to the Old Town itself, and there is no transit service in the West Industrial area. In 2011, a community-based transit study of Vineyard Avenue and Wells Road was conducted by Gold Coast, and they identified that certain areas were not adequately served by transit within Saticoy. Which brings us to our mobility objectives, which was to improve connections between the city and the community, within the community itself, as well as to the local and regional roads. And finally, these are existing pictures from Saticoy, one in Old Town near the railroad crossing and the other one on Lirio, and both of them require pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities that would be key for these areas. In your mobility map, which is C3, we have two kinds of mobility maps that we prepared. One to address the vehicular objectives and the other one for the multimodal section. And I would again be going through them as Old Town, South Industrial, and West Industrial. Within the Old Town, a direct connection from LA Avenue to LA Avenue along the Saticoy drain would be very critical. It would create a more direct entry point at a signalized intersection. As proposed in each of the land use alternatives, the land uses at the gateway parcel either allow for higher density residential or commercial uses, and this makes a better access at this community, at this location, a priority. Completing this link from LA Avenue this link on LA Avenue to Snapdragon would also provide a necessary north-south connection to the adjacent developments in the city itself. This link has already been identified in the existing area plan, and the city staff has stated that completing this link would be contingent to a future city development. And these two improvements together would also call for removing this S-curve and ending it into a cul-de-sac at Astor Street, which has also been included in the existing Saticoy area plan. So, and finally, it would be good to have a version of an improved, safer connection at Violeta. And that could be that should be studied along with Caltrans, as well as in our traffic study that we would be conducting later this year. Looking more towards Old Town as well as the South Industrial area, as previously discussed in the land use sections, Alternative 3 would call for a better connection, north-south connection across the railroad at Campanula. And this could be improved by relocating the existing railroad crossing at Alelia to Campanula. As an option, alternative 4, the RMU hybrid, as we call it, that would benefit from relocating the existing crossing to Amapola instead. And here the crossing would form a new local north-south link between both the existing and planned residential development as well as the jobs housing, as well as the housing base in Sarakoy, in the industrial area. We mentioned this in the morning, but please note that this relocation of the existing railroad crossing, it may not be impossible, but it would be a challenge as it requires approval through the California Public Utilities Commission. So there would be extensive talks regarding that section. But again, they did infer that that would be that if we made a case which would be more related to safety, then this would be it would be possible, maybe. Another north-south connection is the extension of Amapola to County Drive, and this would be needed so you can accommodate future development below the railroad right-of-way, which includes the development of the vacant parcels, the GPA parcels along Rosal Lane itself. And then in order to provide adequate access to this future development along those 8 acres of vacant parcels, upgrading Rosal Lane itself would be required. Finally, for the West Industrial Area, a direct east-west link from Lirio Avenue to State Route 118 that has been identified in the existing Sarakoy area plan also. The market study identified that a second public access road would be the single most important improvement to facilitate economic development as well as effectively use this industrial land in Sarakoy. 2 potential locations have been shown, option 1 and option 2. We discussed this at the tour 2. Tentatively, option 1 is the preferred alternative by the staff as it would provide a direct connection to an existing signalized location at County Drive and State Route 118. And then finally, the extension of Nardo Street would provide a very critical east-west connection all the way from the Sarakoy to North Bank Drive through the city. And this has also been included in the existing Sarakoy area plan, the community wells, the Sarakoy Wells community plan by the city, as well as the city's general plan. This brings us to the multimodal, the draft multimodal improvements that we have, which focuses on the needs of pedestrians, bicyclists, as well as transit riders. One of the goals of this project is to reduce the use of vehicles by biking, walking, and alternative means for mobility, which is what we have as a sustainable development, and that's one of our goals. And new development would be required to provide sidewalks and basic pedestrian amenities. These are important components identified by the project grants for, as I said, sustainability, public health, and safety. A linear park for pedestrians and bicycles located along Sarakoy Drain from LA Avenue to the park would improve pedestrian access to it, and this is especially important at this location because creating any additional automobile access seems infeasible beyond LA Avenue. Based on initial discussions with businesses in the areas as well as Gold Coast Transit itself, there is an interest in studying the feasibility and the demand for a collector transit route in the West Industrial Area. This transit route would provide a connection between jobs and housing from Old Town to the West Industrial Area and the region, the overall region. And in order to be able to provide such a facility, it is essential to facilitate the necessary improvements that we would require in this area. In terms of bicycle improvements, In terms of bicycle improvements, what this map shows is that there is a way to augment the city as well as VCTC's plans to enter in from North Bank Drive and connect either to connect to State Route 118 by a bike lane, or use their bike path idea, which goes up to the railroad right away, but extended along the Santa Clara River, connecting up to Riverbank Drive, and then following up, connecting to the railroad right away, and finally to the park. So it would definitely make this area more bikeable then. Although many of the proposed mobility improvements would be funded and implemented as part of a private development, a state law now directs jurisdictions to plan for multimodal transportation within the general plan itself while updating the circulation plan. So both the updated Saticoy area plan as well as the revised development code will incorporate the requirements for complete streets, and it will reflect the need for a balanced multimodal transportation network. Finally, there were many additional options that the county staff considered previously during the planning process, but they aren't recommended, mainly due to infeasibility or if they weren't high enough as on our priority in terms of a list. And this concludes our mobility discussion. I will hand it over back to Shelley, who will discuss implementation challenges and recommendations.
Don't go anywhere. I have a question.
Oh, any questions?
Questions?
I assume that when you're talking about taking out a crossing over the railroad tracks and putting in another one, you can only have so many crossings in a certain amount of distance. Is that the case?
I'm not very sure about the distance requirements from the, in terms of the distances required between the crossings. With initial discussions from the PUC, we do know that they said there would be no new crossings, so no net new crossings that would be allowed. But they would be looking at the option of swapping a crossing in between Alelia and one of the other options. So I'm not sure if that answers your question in terms of the distance. I'm not sure about the distance requirements.
Well, basically, it doesn't create any more crossings. It just moves them another place.
We could look at the option of the feasibility of moving it to another location. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Go ahead, continue.
Okay. So we're going to wrap it up here. Well, in a word, none of this is going to be easy. Staff recognizes that there are significant issues associated with the future implementation of the changes that we're recommending. I've noted a couple of the big ones here: sewer and water. Currently, the Saticoy sanitary sewer serves the community of Saticoy, and it will require upgrades to accommodate any changes in major increases in density. And in my conversations with the general manager of the Saticoy Sanitary Sewer District, he says there are no funding identified and no work plan that exists for these upgrades. He's interested in them. VRSD, the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, is the umbrella organization that manages the Saticoy Sanitary District. And of course, they would like to see the facility upgraded, but there is no funding identified. As far as water, we touched on that a little bit this morning. I think someone described it as the elephant in the room. The city's extraterritorial water policy limits water delivery to Saticoy, as we've mentioned, 3/4-inch meter, suitable for single-family residential. Clearly, our development plans would require access to water, as would the city's own development plans for Saticoy. Also, as we mentioned, Ventura Water is exploring the option of this in lieu fee. They're having a meeting on Monday, and we'll see where that goes. There are also some existing county policies that limit the degree to which some of our proposals can be implemented. For example, there are no existing county policies that encourage or support the pedestrian improvements that we would like to see in the town center, street trees, sidewalks, etc. Currently, such improvements are required of private developers on a project-by-project basis, but there really is no program identified at the county level that addresses communities like Saticoy and the redevelopment of a town center. Of course, this approach leads to the fragmented implementation of improvements, if they happen at all. Similarly, park maintenance is not paid for out of the county's general fund as a general rule. In addition, there must be a source of money identified to pay for the ongoing maintenance prior to the purchase or development of a park or other civic space. So essentially, all parks have to be revenue neutral. So if you have a park that can charge a fee, for example, then you can maybe get somewhere. In our case, where we're looking at, for example, a linear park along the drain to allow people to access the park from the residential communities, or a plaza in the town center for people to gather, perhaps by the bank building, those sorts of funding models don't really work very well for park spaces and civic amenities like the ones we're envisioning in Saticoy. So what we'd like to do is and what we're proposing to do is work with affected agencies like GSA, Parks, and the Transportation Division to modify existing policies and ordinances to allow for the integration of approved community improvements that would be embodied in an area plan program, for example, and build those into future work plans and budgets for the affected agencies. We would also like to encourage those agencies to pursue grant funding for area plan programs that are identified and approved. We also intend to include area plan programs that allow and encourage our county family to work with the community to establish improvement districts. That's one of the options we've been told has some limited success in other areas for lighting, for street trees, for landscaping, and so on. And we would like to explore those options. And notably, in our most recent housing element, these efforts like these are definitely consistent with the direction that the board provided when it recently adopted the housing element. Enhance existing residential areas in places like Saticoy, provide for pedestrian networks and complete streets, essentially. Obviously, there's a recognition that urbanized communities like Saticoy require some public infrastructure investment. So here again is the list of recommended actions. Staff has completed its review of land use, mobility, and the institutional barriers. Dave Sargent, one of our consultants, will be reviewing the development code with you, as well as some other issues. Staff is now available for questions on the information we've covered, or if you prefer to move ahead and hear from the two consultants and ask questions all at the end, that's up to you. But we're available for questions.
Questions, Commissioner Dukas?
I'm still not clear. Is the proposed North Bank development, is it one that's approved already by City of Ventura, or is it?
It's going through
proposed?
design review. I believe, they haven't gone all the way through their approval process at this stage.
And has the county seen their proposal in that connection with Nardo and that development?
My understanding is at one stage the city was requiring or intended to require that the developer allow for that access or include that access. But when I reviewed the latest packet from the city, I think the item was just heard yesterday by the DRC. They said that access could be located at Nardo, but there wasn't any plan to have access there. into North Bank. Do you want me to pull that map up? Is that helpful?
Yes, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
So no bicycle access, no road
Oh, right.
extension?
I'm sorry, one second. Let me just get. I'm sorry, ask that again.
So I'm wondering, is it no extension of Nardo, or even no bike access? Because that's one of the things that we have on our little Exhibit C here.
I think the bike access is still part of the plan, but the road,
But no road.
connection from North Bank to Nardo, I don't believe is part of their plan. They don't say never, or, we won't do it, or whatever. It's more like theoretically it could happen here.
Is there an alternative that depends less? It looks to me like all of our 4 alternatives are equal in their lack of dependence on a Nardo extension. Is that correct?
We identified Nardo in 1990 as the best location for access to the city of Ventura at that location. We still believe that is the best location for access to the city and connection to North Bank.
But
The city of Ventura still has it in its general plan, and what they would plan to do about a general plan amendment to not allow access or to allow access at a different location, I don't know the extent of those discussions.
and is there a curb line there or something? Is that what prevents it? A city urban restriction boundary?
No.
No.
Well, this site gets a little complicated. If it was developed by the city, I'm sorry, if it was developed by the county, it would be a SOAR property because it's ag. But because it's in the city and it was identified as, I think, some sort of existing
Reserve
community
housing or something?
Right, then it's their curb program and rules that dictate what they have to do with respect to.
Okay, so
Growth.
no problem with them crossing this way, only a problem with the county crossing that way. But it's not the county's to cross anyway.
Right.
So,
Commissioner Dukas,
Yes.
just to respond to your question, I believe that connection is primarily interesting in terms of bringing residents from the city into Saticoy to shop. I don't believe that the development that we're proposing is dependent upon that, with the possible exception of the alternative that moves the commercial development south further, because that connection would help bring residents from that development over to shopping in Saticoy. But generally speaking, it's a very desirable link in terms of providing better access throughout the city, but our proposed development is not dependent upon it.
okay, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen anyway. So, the other proposed development, help me. There's another one.
Watt? The Watt development
Yeah. Is that
That's-
another one? Okay.
down here?
Oh,
That's,
and that's the only other one? Okay.
well, that's the only other one at that location. I mean, there's development up here planned.
Okay,
And
is
then-
that one approved, the one to the north?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Up here, well, this one is, this land. And then north of Darling, you may have noticed when we took the bus here, there's all this ag land here. They've identified that for future development, but there's no development plan or nothing in the works at the city, no entitlements that I know of.
And from the city of Ventura, that telephone road extension,
This,
what's the city's plan with that?
the city doesn't have a plan for that as far as I know.
It's not identified in their sphere of influence plan or anything?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And there's a little sliver of property that when we were out in the field, the property owner
Right.
mentioned, but I didn't write down the thing. So he had something to say. Are you familiar with what he
Yeah, I think
desires?
so. It's the gentleman who owns the
woodworking.
Wizard place right here, and then he owns kind of a funny-shaped parcel right along the wall that abuts the 118. And what he would like, his interest, and he can speak for himself if he's here, but what I understood him to say was his interest is in redeveloping that whole area, either commercially or with some other viable development.
Well, it hasn't been orphaned in the plans. It doesn't look like. Has it?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm looking at alternative 3 and 4, and I was reading the staff report that by changing the RMU area as you did, folks stay closer to the town center. In alternative 3, it goes all the way over to the edge there, and that's RMU, that is. And but there was a need for more railroad access for goods and services, whatever. But there's M1 property right above that. Could that not be used for that? I mean, it's not a big place, so it's only going to be one stop, it seems to me, by the railroad.
Let me make sure I understand the location you're talking about. So here's alternative 3.
Okay, and so M1 up there, the forest
here?
right there, could that not be used for?
Those are very, very shallow parcels. So although they would remain M1, partially because they're not really developable for much else.
So they're not wide enough to drop off goods from a train?
I'm not the best person to answer that. We have someone here from VCTC who may be able to address that in his
I mean,
comments.
the main thing here is I just see there seems to be a loss of RMU housing in mixed use between 3 and 4.
Right. I mean, alternative 3 really maximizes RMU, and alternative 4 is the combination of
Yeah.
allowing some RMU in that location and adjacent to the town center, but yet allowing for additional industrial adjacent to the railroad.
And so some additional residential space is not as much a priority there, is that the case, in terms of alternative 4?
We just pulled it, I mean, in alternative 4, we pulled it closer to the town
I
center
understand.
because as a general rule, we felt that that was more appropriate than pushing it out towards the edge of town.
But do you
so-
use some residential units by doing that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
In the RMU, I mean, that's mixed use, right? Residential
Yes,
and?
yeah, I mean, the intention of, as I mentioned, the intention of the RMU is really to focus on the development of multifamily housing.
Right.
So we would definitely want to take advantage of, especially the vacant parcel, to do that along Rosal Lane. And the parcels closest to the town center.
In alternative 4, Rosal and Amapola, there's a section that's M1. I guess one of those large lots, I guess, I'm not sure.
Well, everything really in Old Town is M1. I'm not sure
Well,
which
there's
parcels you
that
mean.
bottom right-hand corner of the RMU,
Right here? Oh, I'm sorry,
Pink.
right here.
Yeah, that
Right.
one right there that's M1. Why
Yes.
was that not left RMU?
Well, it's a balancing of uses. I mean, there was no clear reason why we didn't designate it as RMU, other than we wanted to be responsive to the direction from the board, converting those properties into industrial uses. We've heard that through our market study that industrial uses are of great interest in the Saticoy area. So it really was just kind of a balancing of
Okay,
land
thanks.
use.
Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for all the hard work. I just want you to know, both myself and my other commissioners, the way the site visits and all went, we certainly appreciate it, and we understand you went out with stopwatches and everything else, so thank you very much. Mine is more of a general comment as we go through, because I'm compiling data. Your staff report says we're trying to give you direction. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get a feel for. But I keep coming back to the whole North Bank situation, LAFCO, City of Ventura, growth-inducing, all those kind of issues that we are facing, and that traffic circulation, et cetera. So as I go through this is kind of what I'm wrestling with up here, to be perfectly honest with you. I realize, but I also know when words are said and votes go down, they tend to take legs. So then what's said here goes to the Monday meeting goes to here and goes all the way around the block. So, and I'm waiting for the marketing report and all the other information. So I guess where I'm going to go back to is there was a very specific site at Volita and Wells that asked to be extended into a gas station and mini mart, and this body declined it. So I'm looking at all of a sudden creating environments where more traffic is going to be created for the whole area. Okay, so just a comment as we go down the path.
I'm sorry, at Violetta and Wells?
Right, there's a current market. They wanted to expand into having a gas station mini mart type of setup. Okay.
Okay.
Again, yeah, I know you probably.
Okay, I
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
involved,
right.
but I don't know
So
the details
as I'm coming
there.
down is, we have an existing circulation problem. We start putting lines on a map, and things start moving down the road, particularly people that own property or potentially would buy it. The conversation that have had in alternatives 1 through 4, the different concepts of what the amortization versus industrial versus residential.
Yeah.
What are those impacts? I want to come back, loop back, and have that discussion too, so at least the public understands when you make that kind of a statement, what does that mean?
Right.
Okay? But again, I want to compliment you for the thoroughness that you've all presented. It is a lot of detail.
Yeah, it
So,
is.
okay. And I think your director is catching my drift over there. Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We'll go ahead and continue then
Okay.
with the next portion
So
of the
we'll
presentation.
continue with the presentation from David Bergman up there in the booth.
Just a moment,
I hope
just a
they
moment.
heard me.
Just a moment.
Oh. Here are all the land use options if you want them.
Yeah, we're still staff. This is all still inclusive of the staff report presentation.
This is our first consultant. So staff has done its presenting, and this is the market study consultant, Mr. David Bergman.
County Council question. At what point then are we? Is it appropriate to begin Is it appropriate at this point to begin the public comment section and disclosure? Or?
I think you could do it either now or after the consultants is speaking, whichever you prefer. I don't think there's any legal
Preference, does it matter?
requirement.
Mayor?
Yeah, let's do it now.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll conclude the staff report and go ahead and make disclosures and open up the rest of the presentation. And we'll begin
okay,
with
so
we'll
you're-
begin with
You're back up. So do I have to do something formally to close staff?
no.
No more
This
staff
one, just-
presentation.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll make disclosures after this. Yeah, afterwards we'll make our disclosures.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is David Bergman. I'm principal of Metropolitan Research and Economics, responsible for the market analysis in support of the land use plan. Been told just to be brief and allow you to have time to ask questions, but just to go over a couple of things. We were commissioned to prepare a market study for Saticoy in August 2013, and the idea was there were really four main objectives to our work, which is one, to review the existing economic conditions in Saticoy, We ran a public working session to get input from interested stakeholders, as well as having some conversations with some county partners like the Transportation Commission. To develop an economic development strategy for Saticoy and to comment on the land use recommendations on the different scenarios. So a draft project report was submitted to the county in December of 2013. Give you the key findings of the report, and then we can go through the details. But the strongest immediate demand right now in terms of real estate market is for multifamily residential, for rental housing. There's a strong demand for that, relatively speaking, throughout Ventura County, and in aggregate in Saticoy would be an area that would be available, should land be available to receive that multifamily residential development, there would be interest in it. Industrial demand is likely to emerge as employment conditions improve. It's no secret we've been in a very bad situation with employment since the financial crisis of 2008. But over the long run, employment has already begun to improve and can be expected to rebound. And under those circumstances, industrial land, particularly in the coastal counties like Ventura, there's a real premium. And the fact that there is this existing inventory of industrial land and opportunities for recapitalizing and reinvesting in industrial space in Saticoy is a real advantage, strategic advantage of the community. The strongest retail opportunities are opportunities that serve sort of the pass-through traffic on State Route 118, Wells Road, and Telephone as well. So really depend more on the areas beyond the community of Saticoy itself. So recommended actions. Again, in terms of sort of infrastructure investments, opening up a second access route in West Saticoy to Lirio. That second access way would allow for increased investment and recapitalization of the industrial lands in the west end of Saticoy. And probably should be considered as a very high priority. The other question, and this is to confirm the entitlements for the parcels along Roselle Lane. And as I will describe, I was sort of hoping there'd be an obvious economic answer as what to do. When you go through and do a pro forma, there isn't, so it becomes a question of community character. It's a policy question, and so that, again, will come back to the community to ask those questions. There's no obvious one solution. And then the corner of Telephone and Wells is an important gateway and probably the best commercial development site in Saticoy. So coordinating that development, and again, we've lost redevelopment agencies, so what tools we have are, more, but we may get some new ones in the future. The plan will live longer than any real estate cycle, and maybe it will live longer than our current economic development regime. So who knows? But it's something to look for. So let me go on to the existing conditions. And again, it's really important to point out that that Saticoy as a community is an important industrial center. 53% of the total land area is in industrial uses, and it represents about 60%.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? Sure. We have a question.
Sure.
Go back one slide, please. I'm going through these exhibits that we have.
Sure.
And the number one priority for the revitalization of the industrial area is that Lirio connection.
Yes.
Is it Mr. E or is it MRE?
It's MR plus E, stands for Metropolitan Research and Economics.
Yeah, for short, what do I call you?
MR plus E.
MR
or you can
plus
call me
E.
David.
See, I was calling you Mr. E in my mind.
Yeah, it's a mystery. No, people say, I'm a consultant. They say, what does MR plus E stand for? So what do you need it to stand for?
Okay, so on those two options on Lirio,
Yeah.
Staff prefers option one. Is there a difference?
Option one is connecting Jacinto Way. Look,
It's County Drive to, yeah.
So I'm a real pragmatic person.
That's why I'm asking.
My advice would be whichever right-of-way would be easiest to acquire would be the one I would prefer.
Okay, good.
I mean, unless there's a compelling transportation reason, which there may be, right, to do one or the other, just the best right-of-way to acquire.
Okay, and these were recommended actions in terms of their importance. Number one was establishing the second access, confirming the entitlements for Roselle Lane parcels.
Yeah, so those are the largely vacant lots, the GPA parcels south of Roselle Lane, the far south east corner of Saticoy.
So those are properties that already have entitlements?
Well, I'm going to have to turn to staff because I think there's,
No.
what's their status right now?
Yeah, right now they're just in GPA screening holding mode, right? They came for GPA screening in 2010. The board approved the screening to shift the land use from residential to industrial. And then they got swept up in this larger area plan update process. And so they're waiting.
So it's kind of like an about face.
What do you mean?
It seems like it's in an option, unless I'm not understanding something, that it's entirely going in a different direction, rather than having it. Wait a minute.
No, all of the options are some variation of industrial and commercial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I'm suggesting here is that, and we can go, I'll go through the numbers as we go through the presentation, but again, I wanted to give you the key findings. One of the things I did was I went through different kinds of development standards with a cash flow pro forma, sort of from some holding the land costs constant and saying if I were a developer, what would be the right way to do this? And it's kind of a wash. So I said, darn, I hope sometimes you come through this and say, clearly the best thing to do is this program. In this case, the returns it becomes much more of a question of community character and marketability also, because the other question is one has to have confidence that this is a acceptable or desirable site for market rate residential development. In its current condition, maybe a difficult argument. However, conditions change. People can make investments in the amenities and the quality of the development, and so that could be addressed. But that's sort of the changing condition that one has to accept before you see that as a good site for multifamily residential.
And let me ask you one more question before you go forward with your thing, and thank you for your patience. Your view of the railroad's viability for something other than freight. Right now, we understand it's used only for freight, and it's very intermittent. It's not.
Well, two thoughts on that. One, it may increase, and the Transportation Commission can speak to that, to their thinking about it. In terms of passenger transportation, I'm not a transportation planner. My suspicion is that you don't quite have the densities of trip generation. I mean, you don't have bus saturation yet, and so if you don't have bus saturation, it's tough to see that you'd have a fixed connection there as well.
And you do have saturation on the railroad, right?
Commissioner Dukas, Steve DeGeorge from VCTC is here.
To answer that question.
Well, he can, but we have talked to them, and what we've heard is that commuter rail is really not anything that is likely to happen in the future, but freight rail is.
So that, what does that do in terms of the alternatives retaining that railroad right-of-ways use for industrial? Kind of blows alternative 3 away.
Okay, now at this point, you're going to my prejudice, and I'll tell you my prejudice, but it's ultimately going to be a community character and choice that you all have to make, balancing lots of different stakeholders. My prejudice is to preserve employment-generating land uses and opportunities for employment. But I'm an economic development planner. And I think that you have lots of sites in and around both the unincorporated parts of the county and within the cities of the county where you can do market rate housing. You have a limited number of sites that are adjacent to a piece of infrastructure. Prejudice? Absolutely. But you have to balance your requirement to meet our regional housing targets. There may be other compelling reasons in terms of the urban design, community character. I'm not saying to privilege one thing over another, but as the land use economist, I tend to like employment-generating land uses.
Thank you.
Oh, slow down, okay.
Yeah.
I,
Trying
yeah,
to keep
I,
up with you.
that's a common thing here.
Thank you.
So, thank you for the comment. So again, this goes back to the earlier thought, which is that looking at Saticoy today, it's appropriate to consider it as an industrial community or as an industrial district. It covers 53% of the land area, and 60% of the assessed valuation is made up from industrial land uses. Residential uses account for 13% of the land area and 30% of the assessed valuation. So the key employment sectors in Saticoy, right now there are 843 active jobs in Saticoy, with people working in 149 separate business establishments. It's a meaningful employment center. The key sectors are construction and construction-related activities, equipment leasing, we saw Rolls facility, waste management, including recycling. There is some manufacturing, and there is retail, but it is a focus on like home building and repair and those kinds of things. It's not walk-up retail, it's more like sales to contractors kind of retail. So that's a hybrid between industrial and retail uses. Residential, you have a little over 1,000 people living in 262 households. It represents 12/100% of the county's total population. The key characteristics of the community, 65% of the units are renter occupied, which compares to, so it's almost double the rate that it is for the county as a whole. This is a renter. Median household income is about half the county average, roughly speaking. Larger size households, younger population. So, and the residential uses are all in the Old Town section, and not in the Southeast Industrial or the West Industrial districts. So market demand. As I alluded to this, that countywide commercial demand has been slack in the wake of the financial crisis of 2008. The unemployment situation is improving, and with it, commercial real estate markets will follow. Employment drives demand for industrial and commercial spaces. Household income and growth in household income drives demand for retail space. The housing market is beginning to improve and is seeing some real recovering from the worst of the crisis. That being said, we've seen a real structural change in the way people live, not just here in Ventura County, but across Southern California, in the wake of the financial crisis. One of the things that's happened is there's been a decreasing rate of new household formation. What that means is people are not necessarily, young people are not necessarily going off and moving out of families' homes. People are slower to separate out from an existing household. And generally, people are more likely to look for rental housing as first housing rather than for sale housing, and a large segment of the population that was maybe more economically vulnerable has transitioned out of ownership into rental housing. Right now, Ventura County's vacancy rate for multifamily housing is about 3.4%, which is down from a high of about 6% in 2009. And right now, from 2010 forward, the county has been adding more multi-unit housing than it has been adding single family. So that does represent a change from how we've traditionally thought of how our communities develop. And right now, median rents are about $1,400 for a two-bedroom apartment, which is above the replacement cost for the units, which means it's going to spur development interest. So the cash flow that you get from that is enough to pay off the investment, the capital investment in developing new apartments.
David, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're triggering a lot of questions in my head. All right, so you're saying that the $1,400 monthly rental, is that for a family of four? I'm trying to...
Well, it's a two-bedroom unit.
Two-bedroom unit, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and you're saying the median income is between $30,000 and $40,000 a year?
In Saticoy.
In Saticoy. So, well, right now, you're looking at about $16,000 to $18,000 just to pay for rent for a two-bedroom apartment out of a $35,000 base.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there's housing stress in amongst the population of Saticoy. Here is the market demand. This is comparing Ventura County, the state of California, and the zip code that includes Saticoy, but also includes other parts of Ventura East and into, I think, even a piece of Oxnard in the delivery area there. And this shows, consistently that, Ventura County has outperformed the county. The state rather as a whole. It's a very desirable place to live and limited inventory, so we see housing values significantly higher than the state. But this area has been a pocket of relative affordability within the overall context of Ventura County. And you can see this goes, we have the peak in early 2007, and then that's the recession officially began in December 2007, and then Lehman Brothers and all of that happened in the summer, fall of 2008, so then we see the decline there. But things are not quite recovered back to peak, but maybe we're back, we've gained back some of the losses that we felt. So demand that is expected to emerge in Saticoy, again, subject to increasing employment over time and increasing household incomes as employment improves. Multifamily residential, both market rate, which is at about $1,400 for a two-bedroom unit, and of course, as we've discussed, there's housing stress. Therefore, there's demand for affordable or sub-market rate housing. The site conditions in Saticoy make it less attractive for residential development compared to other sites in the east side of Ventura or elsewhere in the county. This is particularly the sites that we were talking about, the sites south of Roselle Lane. I'm not a designer. I'm not an urban designer. You don't want your economists to do that. But I look at it and I say, we have to be honest, it's a challenging site for residential. Not impossible, seen worse. But it's a challenging site. Retail. So 5 to 10,000 square feet of local-oriented retail in Old Town. That's things like local services, a small little corner store, laundromat, something along those lines. Tax preparer, those kinds of businesses. That in the core of Old Town, there's market support for that scale of uses. The bigger scale, the town center scale, is at the community center level, which is about 15 to 20,000 square feet of community-oriented retail, and probably the best location for that, and that goes to my second point, is coordinating wells and telephone. That's kind of, from a point of view of regional accessibility, that's your 100% corner. Right? That's the most valuable place for regional accessibility. For industrial, demand is dependent entirely on regional employment growth. It tends to come down now when you look at who's developing new industrial space. The economies of scale from construction technologies and the kinds of spaces that users are wanting, they're coming down in 100,000 square foot pieces, sometimes subdividable, which is interesting for Ventura County because food and kindred products, some of those kinds of smaller businesses and startup businesses want to be able to subdivide that 100,000 square foot space or have the ability to expand and grow over time. So that's potentially an attractive kind of use that could be induced to grow in Saticoy. And again, reinvestment and recapitalization in the existing industrial stock on the west side of Saticoy is possible with the secondary access. Right now, it's not possible to increase the intensity of it's dominated right now by outdoor storage, which is not really the best industrial use there. But at the same time, you can't intensify it until you get that secondary access. I think that will unlock a lot of land value once that goes into place. And then office demand is mostly an accessory use in the form of flex industrial. So you kind of have the office for the business up in front, and then you have some kind of storage or production going on in the back. I alluded to this earlier when I tested different scenarios for those GPA parcels. So those are the Roselle Lane parcels. And like I said, I really hoped there would be an obvious answer. I was just turning the laser on. Not turn something on the top. Oh, there, yeah, the thing that looks like a star. So here, if you take a look, it held the land cost constant. The development cost changes by the product type, right? And it's in the report, the details. You get a return on investment, internal rate of return. It's equivalent, roughly. Interestingly enough, under these assumptions and given market rents, the achieved rents in industrial and current market rates on residential, these are probably financeable deals. A little thin, but probably financeable. Interest rates are real low right now. So, but again, I had hoped that one of these would become a clear winner. They're not. So I think ultimately the development standards and neighboring land uses will change. It's a policy choice at this point, with all that entails. Get the next one. Did I do something bad? Yeah. There we go. So here are the recommendations, which, again, recapping from what we discussed before. So establishing the second access route to Elyria in the West Industrial Area. Confirm the entitlements for the vacant GPA parcels. Coordinate future development at the intersection of Telephone and Wells. Allow property that fronts State Route 118 and Wells to develop as commercial uses. And this goes maybe to your earlier question about a gas station. That's an appropriate use at the sites. And then I think it will take an active effort by your economic development partners, chambers of commerce, community associations, to actively recruit some of those small businesses that I was describing to locate in the interior in the old town of Saticoy. So that's not just a matter of confirming the land use entitlements and it'll come. They will take some education and some recruiting and maybe even helping local residents to have access to information, how you would get an SBA loan, how you would mentoring through the chambers, those kinds of things, in order to make those businesses, they're on the scale that they can be family businesses. So alternative one, going through the land use alternatives, there's opportunities and constraints with each of them. Alternative one allows for site assembly of a large enough town center that you could develop it out and it would be feasible over the long term, and that frontage at Wells Road and Telephone Road is attractive to future retail developers. Constraints. Existing residential property on Nardo Street would be re-entitled with the potential effect of creating some incompatibilities. Right? That's, really why we're here is that we have the interdigitation of the industrial and residential anyway, and so you want to make sure that you're not repeating that by setting up long-term land use incompatibilities to the extent that that's controllable. Alternatives two, the opportunities it preserves the existing GPA primarily as industrial, and it allows multifamily up in the front. So that's good. The other thing is that the town center configuration, it allows for double-loaded commercial between Wells Road and LA Avenue. So you could make a pedestrian-oriented commercial center in the town. In terms of constraints, Wells Road and 118 frontage would be the most valuable for future retailers, and double loading the access maybe will increase their capital costs. These are urban design questions. You don't want your economists doing your urban design. Opportunities also for three. It allows for industrial development on the existing GPA parcels. Again, you asked what's my prejudice. My prejudice is for employment generating land use. Existing housing on Nardo Street could potentially be the site of reinvestment by the property owners. They would not necessarily become stranded uses there. On the other hand, we still don't solve the problem of the conflicting land uses, and it keeps Old Town more or less the same, and it's not going to have a structural change in the land use patterns. Alternative four, again, provides opportunities for both industrial and higher density residential. It preserves the industrial, commercial frontage rather along State Route 118. It does cut in a little bit in terms of the total development opportunity for industrial, but it's a balanced approach. And I think working with staff on thinking about the need to balance some of these economic imperatives with all kinds of other goals that go in the process of community building is one of the pieces of information I think that may have contributed to 4 being the recommended alternative. So with that, that's my presentation on and summary of the land use study. The report is also available if you have any questions for me on that.
Commissioner Dugas?
Have you had a chance to look at the little matrix that was developed for us, primary land use objectives? It's figure 1, comparison of land use alternatives, and it rates each alternative in terms of it meeting these different goals.
Yeah, I did, and
Do you concur with that matrix?
yeah, I provided some input for the economic revital. I mean, I didn't write it, but I provided some input for the economic revitalization choices or rankings.
All good? It's all good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah. I mean, again, I can't stress this, and I so hoped there would be an obvious answer. There isn't. This is kind of a tough problem from a point of view of land use economics, because normally it's pretty clear what you should do. This one is really a question of how you want the community to look in 10 and 30 years.
Commissioner Maggie, questions? Yes. Commissioner Western?
Yeah, David, again, because I'm coming from the point I've got to make a recommendation.
Yes.
It's just, we're sticking to the finger in the wood to see the wind. The main inconsistency that I can see, and this comes back to the GPAs that have been on hold for a couple of years now. 1 and 3, as far as the M1 extension, pretty much allows all those GPAs to be M1s, whereas 2 and 4 bifurcates it. Now, I realize I'm kind of splitting a hair here, but I'm going to, on a GPA, somebody's going to be blessed with an M1 and somebody's going to be given an RMU.
Yeah.
But overall, you have an M1 next to an RMU, you got the density of the housing, the existing conflict that sits out there, and that's why I was asking staff about the amortization over time. To go consistently with M1 across the GPA or hybrid it, like we're seeing in the others, your thoughts? I know I'm hitting it.
Yeah, I would say that the frontage along the State Route 111, to the extent that it kind of is town center and commercial-like, I think a landowner could be happy with the outcome of that.
Okay.
And the community could benefit from it, and the fiscal impacts of it to the county would be positive. And so that's probably an okay thing to have. The backsides of it looking more industrial, again, it's probably a cleaner, probably from a property owner's point of view, it's probably a cleaner deal, unless there's somebody who's out there, who wants this for apartments today or in the very near future, the next 18 months or something like that. And like I said, it's a challenging site for apartment development. Not impossible, but challenging.
The reason I ask it is because that matrix that you did put up about the returns, if it went straight industrial, it was 4.3 million versus 20.6. I don't know if you can get back to that. Yeah. The bottom line development costs there, if the residential is 25.8, 14.3. Now, to me, that I see a big break there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, if I'm the one building it.
Right, absolutely.
Okay.
But the returns are a little bit better from it, but it's all your access to capital, right? So if I'm the landowner and I'm, it's a piece of land in my family, or if I'm, Wells Fargo Bank, I'm going to look at it slightly differently.
There you go.
But again, I'm laying the information out for you all.
Okay, no, but again, that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to process here, because I got to
Yeah.
give that lady a recommendation. Okay.
And that's why the good people of Ventura County elected you, and not me. Thanks, Scott.
No, I went to the wrong party and said yes. Thank you, David.
Commissioner Westner, I just wanted to note that the landowner for the property you were discussing is here today, and we have met with them, and that landowner actually prefers alternative 2 or something similar because he likes having the RMU over his entire property.
Thank you for anticipating the question you were going to get.
Oh,
There was one other thing that I was asked by staff to mention, which is that in doing the pro forma for the residential and industrial, it took into account the proposed water in lieu fee. So that has been considered, and just in looking over it, it's a marginal. It's not a deal breaker. I mean, it's annoying, but it's not going to prevent development from occurring. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We had another speaker, I believe. David Sargent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. David Sargent, Sargent Town Planning, 30-year resident of Ventura, and for the last 20 doing only town planning of this kind. So we worked with the county and with the community coming up with some of this vision plan. What I've been asked to speak about today is the types of standards and regulations that we have suggested might be adopted to help reshape this place. Sort of just an overview, I think one way of looking at the current situation is that it was originally a little packing house town. There was a packing house, a bunch of houses around it. Everybody went to work and went home. The old Saticoy zigzag took traffic through the town instead of sweeping around it, which the Caltrans bypass did. So over time, there became a significant lack of fit between the physical place as it had evolved and the present or easily viewable future economies. So that, there's the economy that was there went away, another economy hasn't come in, things have sort of fallen apart. And I think there's also a lack of fit between the current zoning regulations, which are mostly set out to regulate packing house towns and to build roads that go out through the orchards to ranches and stuff. So we're suggesting that if the ideas that the staff has presented to you, which we had spoken with the community about at some length, seem promising, then some regulations that are similar to the ones I'm going to go through here might be helpful. Oh dear, is this going to work? Maybe yes? Maybe no. Is there a... Oh.
Yeah.
That one.
Yep.
The right button. Okay, so so the work we do usually focuses on working with a community to help them visualize how they would like the place to turn out in the future, and then preparing vision-based standards and guidelines that'll help get you there, rather than just sort of generic zoning, which just sort of manages whatever's there. So usually what's important, and these are things that Shelley and Rishito did such a nice job of presenting, are just in a nutshell streets that are oriented to the pedestrian as well as to cars, buildings that are oriented to the streets and sort of a town character and quality, human scale frontages, a diversity of housing types, etc. I'm going to go through those one at a time. So essentially, places that have sidewalks and have lively frontages, the traffic goes a little bit slow, and bikes and pedestrians can mix in with cars pretty harmlessly. Buildings that face the street and sort of enliven it and connect to it and make it feel like a town. human scale frontages that either provide visibility to merchandise or an appropriate degree of privacy if you're a resident, or in some cases that just let businesses operate in flexible ways. A diversity of housing types, sort of in the world for the last 50 years, there's been sort of two housing types, houses and big apartment buildings. And Saticoy is the kind of place that we think could benefit from a bunch of in-between housing types that have sort of a town scale to them but accommodate the demand for multifamily housing that is so clearly present. That's sort of another fit issue, which the fabric of the place was single-family housing, but clearly the existing habitation patterns show that the demand is for multiple families per lot. And there's a lot of ways to accommodate that through other types of standards. Compatible infill housing, so you don't get the big thing next to the little thing. Compatible scale of infill commercial, so that you could get new businesses and new investment in building stock within the town center, but at a scale that fits into the existing and makes the nice little old buildings like the bank building, which is just fantastic, makes them look beautiful and relevant again. Employment opportunities, which can be through design, you can overcome some of this land use sandwich, or what was it? Interdigitation? Whoa! That has just sort of showed up over time. So clearly getting that land use pattern right is important, but you can also make employment uses work near housing through design as well, like putting windows on the front instead of not. And finally, some congenial, comfortable public and semi-public places. You could have such a gorgeous park or little plaza next to the bank. The existing park could be opened up more so that it isn't so cocooned in the back. And that all requires some concerted community will and agreement, and then, of course, money at some point. So the types of zoning codes that we do are sometimes called form-based codes. We also call them vision-based codes, because it's really just a recipe for making what you want, as opposed to just a recipe that you really don't know what it's going to make. So the reason to have zoning in the first place, it came out of the Industrial Revolution, where you just don't necessarily want dirty businesses right next to somebody's house. Conventional zoning standards have all of the form-based codes that we do have all of the parts that your existing zoning does, plus some others that are sometimes helpful. So the conventional zoning is based on land use classifications and regulated by land use types, not paying much attention to the character of the development that might result. Zone-based development standards, parking and landscaping, entitlement by density. So you have setback and height regulations, which are important, and so do the kinds of codes we do. They're just them, setback and height, plus some other things about how the building looks and feels. Traditional zoning, conventional zoning regulates mostly by how many dwellings or how many square feet of building is on the site, which, it gives you boxes. And boxes are great. Most cities are made out of boxes, but it's also important how those boxes are located on the site, what the front of them looks like, and how it lets people come in and out, etc. So the overemphasis on land use regulation and a disconnect between urban form is certainly a weakness. It's basically an incomplete set of instructions. It's useful instructions, it's just not complete about how you would make a town. And sometimes, instead of broadening the considerations in shaping new development to include some of the urban form or building scale or pedestrian comfort, you just sort of dig deeper and deeper into land use. This is a list of uses out of real zoning codes from our dear departed friend Paul Crawford, who was a mentor to so many of us. And So, these are real land uses that somebody thought they should have in there. So anyway, it's mainly the point is that you need to move past land use at some point and start looking at other things too. So density, while important, isn't enough. I mean, these are very different places, but they're both 6 dwelling units to the acre. That's a duplex. That's a duplex. That's multifamily infill in an established neighborhood, and so is that. So clearly, and then the zoning doesn't really talk about the way the streets and parks are made, but the types of regulations that we do talk about the way the streets and parks are made and the way the buildings are made, so that it makes a cohesive whole. Whereas if you've just got the streets were all done and just, the engineers did their job. They were told to make sure the cars can move, and, they can. And then there's a lot of unpredictability of form. Again, the zoning for that was how many units you can have on this acre. And if that's the only instruction that's given, then you get what you get. So we just add other instructions. So generally, we also refer to the kind of work we do as basically placemaking. The community visualizes the kind of place they want, and we try to write standards that will build toward that, while at the same time regulating all the important things like density, setback height, parking, etc. I'm going to go through that slide by slide, so we don't need to dwell on that one. So the main components are that you consider the public spaces that you're making, and you make streets in a particular way for a particular reason to create sort of a shady green environment, very comfortable place, sidewalks in this case that are way set back from the street, so if you have little kids playing on the sidewalk, when they topple off their bike, when they're learning, they don't land in the street, they land in the grass. And parks that rather than just the developer had to give you, 7.5 acres of park. Well, there's 7.5 acres of park, but we often prepare standards or at least guidelines that will allow public spaces to be made in different increments, that some of which, as Shelley mentioned, are more for gathering in a more urban center, some of which are playfields like you have, and they're more varied and differentiated. With housing, focusing on the street in front as well as the house, and really thinking about this is a photo illustration that a friend of ours named Steve Price made. Sort of, if you have here the ingredients of a city, you've got a lot of residents, you've got commercial uses on these corners, but it's not coming together. But if you think about the housing as being connected to sidewalks, if you think about about corner commercial as being accessible by foot as well as by car, the place pulls together in a very different way. So the staff asked if I'd show you a couple examples of places where these types of regulations have been used in other communities with success. These are several projects that we've been involved with, and one of them that some friends of ours did. In Hercules, we started work on this in 1999, where the market was good and getting better. I don't have a before picture for you, but it was a Superfund cleanup site. It's the site of the old Hercules Powder Company, and they'd been making dynamite there for a century. It was not a pretty site. And we did a plan and a code of the same general type and that we're showing you. And then a number of builders came in and built single-family housing and a mixed-use building and some live-work buildings, and then in a different neighborhood, a smaller scale housing of this type. And by following the unifying standards for how the streets are made and how the buildings are made and how the frontages that connect, that are the place where the pedestrian goes in that seam between the street and the buildings, it delivers places that have very high value, and they've kept their value even through the downturn and bounced back very strong. Now, it doesn't hurt that this is, less than an hour from San Francisco. Then this is Doe Mill, which is in Chico, up against the foothills of the Sierra. And this was developed by some friends of ours over a number of years, more of the scale and pace of Saticoy, where they had a clear idea about the kind of community they wanted to make, a firm commitment to building a town-scale place, and they made money a little piece at a time. The one I showed you before in Hercules was large builders who came in and built like 150 houses at once. This was sort of one building at a time. But if you build with the clear idea about how the streets are made and how the multifamily buildings and single-family buildings are made, it fits. Each piece you add creates new value in what's already there. Because they fit together, they leverage one another's value rather than some big new building next to a little old building. The little old building may make the big new building less valuable, and the big new building can surely make the little old building less valuable. So it's sort of combined. It's more of a collaborative way to make value. This is downtown Ventura, which I was involved with the planning for it over the last 20 years or so. You'll probably remember that it was pretty deserted about 24 years ago or so. Well, after the county came out to this new center, the lunch trade was gone, and it was it wasn't very active. So we did a vision-based plan with the community, and over time reinvest. And there is a code of the same general kind that we're talking about here, development code, that requires that the new buildings and existing buildings be made in the traditional ways, not traditional architecture necessarily, but at the scale of downtown Ventura, so that you don't get big chunks of Orange County sort of flying in and replacing a block of Ventura. This is a really interesting one. We worked about this is what Lancaster Boulevard, in Lancaster, it's their main street. If you haven't been there, I would urge you to check it out. That's what it looked like in 2009. It's a 5-lane arterial with businesses along both sides that were not thriving by any means. We and some colleagues I was working with at the time in Pasadena did a vision plan for how that street could be radically changed by putting angled parking in this strip down the center to accommodate parking, a lot more parking during most times of day, and then farmers markets and special events from time to time. And they had their last chunk of redevelopment money they'd been saving up, and they just built the whole thing all at once, 3/4 of a mile of that. Oh, wait, where did that, something, oh, no. Don't tell me. Did we take out that slide? Holy, no, huh? Oh, there was some purging of slides yesterday. Anyway, okay, well, so now you'll have to go there. Anyway, I'll just show you that. That was the best slide of all. So it was built just like that, with the big trees down the center and the new wider sidewalks on the side. And in the first 2 years that it was built, they got something like 20 or 25 new businesses, including a brew pub and a wine bar and a small movie theater and several hundred new housing units. So it was a good it wasn't just the street. There were some developers who were ready to invest, and there were property owners or shop owners that the city'd been after for 20 years to try to get them to just repaint their facade or put a new awning or a better sign or something. And we talked to them in the early work for that, and everybody's saying, yeah, why would we? And within 6 months of this being built, everybody was coming in for permits to reface their building or upgrade their sign, et cetera. So in Saticoy, the point for Saticoy is that if LA Avenue and Violeta, just in the core there, were rehabilitated with wider sidewalks, nicer street lights, and if a few business owners could be, and we met a bunch of the people who have property there, they're just very great people who have a deep commitment to the place. Fix up a few buildings and make the streets nicer, I think you'd see things start to change right away. The good news is that in that east end of Ventura, in terms of sort of a charming place to walk around and shop a little bit, there's just no competition. Unless you go all the way to Santa Paula or all the way to downtown Ventura, Saticoy has a potential corner on the market for 200 feet of nice little town center that you could stroll around and stop and eat and shop. So I think that's an opportunity that isn't based on current market. It's an opportunity that's based on making some very focused change to the way the place looks and feels, and then letting people know. I think that could really jumpstart something. This is just, you can take old buildings and do that to them. So the last little bit here, I'm just going to walk very quickly through the few slides about how these regulations that we've helped the staff draft are set up. So you've got the zoning map, and you figure out which... we're not going to answer that. Well, go away. You figure out which of these zones your parcel is located in, and let's say your parcel is located in the town center. So you look at the town center land use matrix, and you can see all the different land uses that you're allowed to have there: retail, office, I think even some residential. And a few of them require a conditional use permit, but this table tells you whether it's permitted by right or if you need a use permit. Then you look at this page to see where the building is supposed to be placed on the lot. Here it shows that because it's the town center, you can have building up to covering the whole lot, if you can figure out how to park it. That's another story. But if there's some shared parking arrangements here, if you have a little lot, you might be able to cover the whole lot with the building, because there would be a lot of angled parking on the streets and perhaps shared parking off-site. It shows what the building profile can be. It can be 2 stories. It shows where you're supposed to have buildings fronting the street. And so if you have a corner site, for instance, the building should be at the corner. You shouldn't have a parking lot at the corner. You should have a building at the corner, and then you can have parking other places on the lot. And the parking, and this shows where the parking should go, and the parking should go not at the front of the lot. It should go back. So a lot of this is just basically what you already have in your zoning, but just illustrated with diagrams, and in some cases it's not agnostic on the question of where should the building go. There's a lot of zoning that says, look, you just put your building somewhere as long as it's not too close to the property lines, and make sure you got enough parking. But it doesn't say, and by the way, don't put all your parking in front by the sidewalk. But this code says, don't put your parking in front by the sidewalk, unless it's in the street, which is perfect. Like it has already. Your folks have already striped those streets for the angled parking, which is great. Then you select a type of a building. There's a bunch of them. I presume you've looked at this, but probably in the town center, you would be picking the mixed-use building, which is just a simple, it can be 1 story. It can just be a 1-story commercial building. It could be 2 stories with office or residential upstairs. Or you could do a courtyard housing building, which could have commercial space at the ground floor on the front. Then you select a frontage type, which for the town center would almost certainly be a shop front. Just basically big windows with clear glass and some kind of an awning to shade them so you can see through to see the merchandise in the daytime. And then some sign standards that we prepared in draft form, which would probably be either wall signs or projecting signs that stick out over the sidewalk. And then we've also provided some basic architectural, we call them architectural standards, but architectural guidelines, essentially just requiring fairly good building materials, especially in the town center, but allowing a lot of the building materials to be very cost effective too, because for instance in the industrial we see no reason that you shouldn't go ahead and have corrugated sheet metal buildings, or just the metal buildings that are out there are just fine for that market. On some of these small parcels, probably tilt-up concrete wouldn't be practical because you don't have enough site to cast the walls on. So very simple and not driving up the cost of development there at all. And just sometimes architects don't remember what shop fronts really are because it's so easy to specify a big sheet of glass with aluminum around it, which isn't going to reinforce the sort of character and quality you want there. So one way, we've made a drawing here to help them. The other thing is they could just go look at a couple of buildings out there and just do something like that. So that's what I was asked to talk about. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you have.
Questions? Commissioner Maggie? No? Commissioner Dukas?
I assume that you've had occasion to go out to Saticoy and look at what's on the ground?
Many times over the last 25 years, yes.
So
It was better 25 years ago. A lot. Uh-huh.
So what exists there that would, what was the word again?
Oh, interdigitate.
What would interdigitate well with the plan and what's existing now?
Oh, I think there's a number of buildings out there. The bank building is most conspicuous.
How's that being used right now?
I've lost track. It's sort of different each time I go out there.
Shelley Sussman. The use that I know of most recently was vacant for a long time, and then it was rented by a religious organization, and they were running a daycare. And they did so because of the closure of the Boys and Girls Club and when it was under construction. And I don't know if that use still exists there now, but it did exist probably 6 months ago or so.
It looked vacant to me.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Just getting ahead of
I
myself.
think it was kind of an interim rental while the Boys and Girls Club was under construction.
Okay, but it's been vacant for a while.
Yeah.
And I noticed that there was another hardware store that looked like it had been recently improved. And I noticed it had on those windows etched
Yeah.
graffiti,
Yeah, sure.
and it looked vacant.
Well, yeah, yeah. Well, it was a hardware. What we heard when we had a bunch of meetings with the community, and most of the community, and the first thing that happened was that the highway went away. And then at some point, the hardware store closed. And that, from most of the folks we talked with, was sort of the biggest bummer of all. That up until then, you could go over to the, and it wasn't that everybody just constantly had to buy putty knives. It was that ended up really being sort of the social heart of the place. It was, well, it's like any downtown. You don't only go to a downtown when you want to buy, a pair of sneakers. You go downtown to say, hey, let's go downtown. And so that was what that hardware store was for a long time, was the place that people just came and talked to each other, had a cup of coffee, that sort of thing. So so there's that building, which could have a new business or other use go into it right away. The little print shop on that same side of LA Avenue, just north of the hardware store, is a nice building occupied by a really great guy who runs the print shop. And it used to have windows that came down lower, but now that it's a print shop, it sort of got closed up. But if that use changed, which it certainly could, the print shop could move to a more industrial facility if there's new industrial facilities in that area. That's another store that could open, pretty much right away. And there's the beautiful little store right across the street that has a variety of interesting merchandise displayed in the store and out in front. Beautiful little building. So, and then the market on the north side of Violeta is a perfectly nice little one-story commercial building. So you've got a lot of, it's pretty gap-toothed because most of what used to be there has gone away. Among other things, I think some of them went away to make parking lots because the zoning said that you can't count all that parking that's out in the street, which in any downtown is, of course, where everybody parks. So there's a lot there already, and and a lot more. That gas station could, at the old dead gas station at the corner of Violeta and LA Avenue, could be turned into a nursery like the one on Thompson Boulevard in Ventura, or it could be turned into a coffee shop. There was a gas station in New Jersey that was turned into the best Chinese restaurant on the East Coast.
What do you see for that train depot?
That would be a fantastic community center of some kind if it could be restored. Right, I mean, right now it's part of the lumber company use, but, and again, I'm not speaking for property owners, but we talked with a lot of folks, and I think the idea that at some point the lumber company business.
Okay, wait a minute.
Nice.
We have a situation here.
Oh, that's okay.
You
If
need
I
to
could dance, I
confiscate
would, but
her
I can't.
phone.
Bailiff sees that phone. I've been waiting 20 years to do that to you.
Anyway, I understand.
Yeah, if the lumber
you're not-
company moved again into a more industrial sort of a premise, that could be, we'd looked at the possibility just from a design standpoint that the sheds that currently are between the depot building and the street could be taken down, and you could have a plaza, a small town center park with the restored depot in it as a community center, daycare center, little restaurant, anything. I mean, it's a very cool little place that I've been passionate about since the late 80s. And I'm glad to see that you guys are looking at it.
And what of the Quonset huts?
They're pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Sure. You mean the Quonset hut?
No, actually, two different things.
Well,
What
there's some
about the
Quonset
walnut?
huts with residents in them.
Pardon?
There's some Quonset huts, I think, being used residentially, and there's some
Residential,
Quonset huts that have had rectangular fronts put on them, and a variety of interesting uses.
Uh-huh. And I guess it's the walnut packing house. That you see that again as something worth salvaging?
I wouldn't, I think in terms of historic, well, I'm not a historic resources specialist, but on the other hand, we work on old towns a lot. The value of the whole is much greater than the value of each piece. The historic preservation movement, of which I'm a huge fan and a sort of a side part, was so excited about the ability to save the last Victorian house. You know, the other 300 had been knocked down, and so their mission was to save the 301st. So there was a big focus on the individual building. My general sense is that historic value is even more important in terms of the character of place, so that making the whole place, revitalizing the whole place so it can contain a new and future economy is more important than any one little hunk of brick, with the possible exception of the bank building and the depot.
Okay.
All the other buildings, if you could reuse them, cool. If somebody'd come in and build you a fantastic new 2-story building that housed a bunch of people and a new restaurant, hallelujah.
I see. Thank you.
Now, CEQA may have a different view of that when you do an EIR. I'm talking from a placemaking standpoint, not from a CEQA standpoint.
But that's something that we'll cross when we get there.
Sure.
Commissioner West? Commissioner?
Okay.
Magee? No? Okay. Thank you. We still have, obviously, I've got about 4 or 5 speaker cards. You want to take a break for a few minutes and continue, or you want to continue? Yeah, okay. Well, let's take a break till 3:25, and we'll come right back in and continue. All right. I think we're ready to go. Let's reconvene the meeting. Okay. At this time, we'll do disclosures. Commissioner Maggie?
I'm really familiar with Satakoy. I used to do some home site acquisition site investigations for Habitat for Humanity. I'm real familiar with some of those large, low-density parcels out there. I was trying to build houses on them, but I ran into the 3/4-inch water availability Great Wall in Ventura, and so that sort of went down the tube. So, but other than that, that's it.
Commissioner Dukas?
As I said, I was very unfamiliar with the area, so in addition to going on Google Maps so I could get a better sense of where it was and how it didn't connect, I also went on a website that talks about, that gives information about housing, because we had a lot of information about very, in my mind, substandard sized homes in poor condition being perhaps valued for their historic importance. And I wanted to know if those were rentals, and so I looked at Redfin to get that information. And that's, I guess those homes are along that industrial area, Nardo Street. And I found that there was a big move to buy properties in the, I think 1990, there was a large landowner. And so there was a lot of property that was acquired at that time. But that there are individuals that own some of the homes. So I thought that was important to find out whether or not it should be zoned, to have it go with the mixed use, or whether it should go to M1. So that did inform me.
Commissioner Westner?
I'm very familiar with the area. I've been in it many, many times. Even went into the record store that used to be there. Primarily, it's been the involvement with my Boys and Girls Clubs over the last 20 years. And it was, for all of us in the county, it's very important to have that one built for multiple reasons. So very familiar with the area, very familiar with the problems, having had the sewage plant come before us and all the other issues that, and of course the Veteran Center going in there. So, but that is information that's not available, it's all available to the public. And so nothing very specific, nor have I been approached by anybody, nor have I had any ex-parte communications other than the Ventura Star, what I read in that.
I'm very familiar with Satakoy. As a retiree from the Sheriff's Department 34 years, I spent a good portion of my career in and around the West Ventura County, both as a patrol officer and subsequently a number of years as an investigator for approximately 6 years, and then spent a lot of time in the West County, Santa Clara, Montalvo, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Piru. And so I am familiar with it. I used to, in fact, more recently, I used to play softball there back when that field was diamonds. And the gentleman that ran it, I think his name was Regal Morales. If you didn't run it the way he wanted to run, or you did something wrong, you didn't come back. You just it just happened that way. It's a real jewel. I think it was then, and it probably still is today. I'm familiar with Satakoy. I've shopped at Satakoy Hardware when my former, my deceased father-in-law had a machine shop at Satakoy, and we'd often find ourselves at the hardware store over at that drive-in hamburger stand, catty corner from there, for lunch. But he also worked for Alta Mutual Water in Satakoy later, and was down at the extension of Illyrio, I think alongside the Brown Barranca, is that what it is? Down toward the end there. So I am familiar with that area. And I think it used to be the Fazios that owned Satakoy Hardware. Vic and Catherine, maybe. Who? Muzio, that's what it was, okay. All right. All right, with that, we'll go to the speaker cards. The first one is Steve DeGeorge, Ventura County Transportation Commission. Just the man we want to hear from.
Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, Commissioners. As you heard, I'm Steve DeGeorge. I'm the Planning Director for the Ventura County Transportation Commission. The Commission owns the Santa Paula branch line, which bisects Saticoy, and we have a keen interest in preserving the viability of that as a working rail line. To that end, the VCTC has been working to increase rail traffic on the Santa Paula branch line, and we're actually fairly excited that within the next month, we're going to be starting up regular weekly service to Santa Paula again. It'll be the first train delivery in 2 years, so we're very excited to have a customer back on the line. Freight is the best short-term use for the Santa Paula branch line. We've looked at passenger service, and we believe it's a very worthy long-term goal, but development of passenger service is not in the foreseeable future for the branch line. With preservation of the branch line in mind, VCTC strongly supports land use alternative 1, preserving the most industrial use along the rail line and facilitating use and providing opportunity for that industrial and that rail development. Equally important to preserving the opportunities for industrial development and rail use is protection of the residents by separating and giving greater separation between the rail line and the residents. They won't be exposed to the noise and industrial hazards associated with an active rail line. The other alternatives, while very close and very similar, do put residents a little closer to the active rail line, and we have concerns there. That said, VCTC is very appreciative of county staff. They've worked very closely with us to recognize our needs and reflect our needs within the plans before you. So we're deeply appreciative of the work that's been done and the communication that's been kept. And with that, I'll keep my comments short. I thank you for the opportunity to provide a little input, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Dukas?
Okay, you told us which one was number 1. Which one is number 4 from your point of view?
Land use alternative number 3 would probably be our last choice.
I see why.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Meg?
A while ago, I was talking about these crossings, and I was told you know all about those.
I know a little about those, and your concern about distance really, while at one time that was the issue, but more recently, the California Public Utility Commission put out a mandate that there will be no new crossings on any rail line. And even swapping crossings has become very difficult. We're currently in the midst of a swap project east of Santa Paula, where we're trying to swap out a crossing on a radius with limited sight distance to a place where we have sight distance in both directions, and even that is proving very, very difficult.
Why is that?
Simply because it's a new crossing under the definition of in the California Public Utility Commission. It's a brand new crossing. It did not exist prior to this, and even though we'd be swapping it out, it's a new crossing. So it requires full traffic studies, full safety studies. It's a very expensive proposition to even swap out that crossing.
Is this based on some kind of safety, public safety
It's all
thing?
based on safety. And there's several elements to safety. Sight distance, traffic backup due to trains coming through. It's important to recognize that the Santa Paula branch line is a Class A rated rail line, which means traffic is limited to 10 miles an hour. At that 10 miles an hour, it may take a while for trains to cross paths, and you have cars backing up and stacking up, especially in Satakoy, it could be important if traffic was stacking into the 118, or train cars were closing the 118, and traffic was backing up. So it's an important consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Western.
Yes, first of all, thank you for your patience, but I gather you see the value of what we're trying to do here.
Absolutely.
As somebody who lives in Moore Park, I know about the trains blocking the city. So I understand the issue about moving that around. So that's why my thought process is in alternative 2, just to let everybody know right now. But my bigger interest is in the bicycle circulation, where it shows your right-of-way is being used as bike trails.
Correct.
I know we talked a little bit about this at the Santa Susana Knolls issues and all that. What is the current VCTC attitude towards approving bike trails along railroad right-of-ways?
We believe that bike trails are a compatible use. Across the country, there have been many, many successful rail-trail combinations built. So we believe they're compatible uses and it can be designed. The way we designed the Santa Paula Branch Line Recreational Trail was that each jurisdiction that the branch line went through was responsible for building their segment of trail, and that we would work with those individual jurisdictions to make that happen. We did the initial environmental work and the initial preliminary engineering to do that, but it is up to each jurisdiction to build their segment of the trail.
But there's no overall objection because now you have bicyclists and trains in the same proximity?
No, we would support it.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
I'm curious. I can't remember the last time I was stopped by train traffic going through Satakoy. Can you enlighten us on the activity on that track?
Certainly.
Through Satakoy?
The last regular traffic on the Santa Paula Branch Line was about 2 years ago, with going to International Paper, and International Paper closed down, and that was the last regular rail customer we had. Recently, Spears Manufacturing purchased the old International Paper site in Santa Paula. They are a plastic pipe manufacturing firm, and they will be receiving bulk plastic on the rail line, 1 train a week going to their facility. And they chose that site specifically because it was industrial along a rail line, and additionally, that site had a rail spur attached. So it made it quite attractive to get their product delivered by rail. We have, in the last year, but especially the last 6 months, been host to a number of entities from across the country coming to look at the Santa Paula Branch Line. They've been looking particularly at Satakoy and Santa Paula, looking at the industrially zoned properties and its relationship to the rail line. At this time, we don't have another customer, but we believe with the amount of interest that we're seeing, and there have been a number of firms that have repeated their visits, that we will be seeing an increase in rail use on that line.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Josh Addison.
Thank you, Chairman Rodriguez and Commissioners. I'd like also to thank very much staff for all the hard work that they've been doing in developing this revision to the Satakoy Community Area Plan. It's a complex area from a land use and economic and community development perspective, and from what I've seen in the process, they've been doing a really admirable job of getting into the spirit of the community, understanding from a broad, both family and business and industrial user perspective what can happen so that everybody can have a compatible set of mutual benefits. So my appreciation is there. My grandparents moved to Ventura in the early 50s, and they purchased the Bell Mattress Factory and also started a parakeet farm in Satakoy. So the Addison family parakeet farm, at least for me, was a great place to go when I was a kid because I got to walk through aviaries full of thousands and thousands of birds. Unfortunately, in the early 80s, this flock was struck with Newcastle's disease had to be put down, and that was a great tragedy from my grandfather's perspective. He really loved those birds. And since that time, the property has been used. This is at 1794 Lirio Avenue, adjacent to Standard Industries, the bottom of Lirio, has been used as a combination of open storage. And we have recently completed a re-permitting process working with county planning staff where we have now a combination of essentially open storage uses. In that entitlement process, we really had to deal with the realities of the restrictions that exist because of the fact that there's only one way into that industrial area. And there is not the ability to have new discretionary development permitted without a secondary access being identified and a funding mechanism secured. So that's what your current plan says, and it makes sense. So that recommendation from staff and reemphasizing it from the consultants that secondary access into Lirio over to LA Avenue is crucial. I could not agree more. You have the opportunity in that older industrial area where you've got a lot of dilapidated buildings, piles of rusty car parts, all sorts of really much lower than highest and best use type uses. You have the opportunity to have an area where you could have something like a Gill's Onions go in, where you could have a like what they've got down in Oxnard, where they're using the digester to turn the peels from the onions into electricity, and all sorts of innovative green economy, agriculturally related perhaps, type of industrial uses that could occur in that area that could provide really interesting opportunities for businesses, but also terrific local employment drivers for people who live both in Saticoy and other nearby Ventura County neighborhoods. And particularly if you include a public transit component and good pedestrian and bike circulation that would connect both into Saticoy and also into adjacent East Ventura communities, it really could be the engine that would get that little community of Saticoy back on its feet and get people who could be going to local restaurants and supporting local businesses. Reminds me a little bit of the west side of Ventura Avenue. I've spent quite a bit of time there because I redeveloped the Bell Arts factory from the Bell Mattress factory. We've got Avenue Hardware still vital, and it is a local gathering place. And so to have a community where you've got a combination of residential, industrial uses, creative people, a lot of the people who are involved in the trades have a lot of design and product development ideas. And if you have a community that's vital and active and where people are feeling good about what's going on, there's all sorts of good things that can happen. So I would really encourage you to put that connector right up towards the top of the list. I think the Jacinto Way that's been identified as the primary opportunity is the best choice. The negotiation with the private landowners who have those property rights there is the hardest part, I suppose, of that. And I would certainly be happy to engage in that process. I've become friendly with a lot of the people who own property in that area and would look forward to working with staff in an effort to dialogue with our neighbors and making that happen. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak. If I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Questions?
Thank you.
Did you happen to look at the alternative proposals that were offered?
I don't think that I have enough knowledge about what's going on in the other areas of Saticoy to really express an informed opinion about that. They all pretty much do the same thing for the West Industrial Area, which is the area I'm most familiar with.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so what you're saying is, but you do like the idea of having that second access being pushed forward?
I think it's essential. I really do, because not only does it open up the opportunity for all of those properties in the West Industrial Area to be utilized in a much more sensible way than just storing old rusty car parts, it also means that you could have an area where businesses could locate and then be providing really nearby employment opportunities for community members in Saticoy and other areas nearby in Ventura. So it serves a lot of purposes to get that in there. It's not, from a physical standpoint, a huge project, but it would change things dramatically in terms of, you just have, I heard the number 11% in terms of coverage. There's a lot of different ways to look at it, but there's no way to look at it that says that it's in any way right now really doing what it could do as industrial zoned property in the community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anthony Romero.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rodriguez, the rest of the commission. I speak to you on behalf of just being a resident and a citizen of Ventura County. Yes, sir.
Would you go ahead and introduce yourself for the record?
I'm sorry.
please?
I am Anthony Romero.
Your address.
I live in Camarillo, California. This is my wife Monica standing next to me, and we actually are we're going to be new imports to the East Ventura area, or as I've told everybody that I work with, they go Saticoy. You're moving to Saticoy. Okay, I'm moving to Saticoy. I'm a firefighter here in the county, and I've worked from one end of the county to the other. My exposure to the county has been on a professional and personal level. My experience as a resident, a community member, has only been Camarillo. And only recently have I made the decision, along with my wife and my 3 kids, who I think is very important, are here for this, to move to the East Ventura or Saticoy area. When I made mention of this to a lot of the people I work in and around, the first question out of their mouth was, well, what's around there? Oh, well, it's going to be our home. That's what's around there. I read the article yesterday in the newspaper that mentioned this meeting and this great tour that I was able to be a member of and a participant of just by kind of a walk-on or a red shirt. What I began to think about is, what type of community do I want to raise my family in? I'm making a lifelong decision here, a legacy decision, which now I come to find my wife, my father-in-law who passed away back in August, has legacy roots in Saticoy. I'm beginning to feel a more familial sense of pride about being a true contributing member to my society. I hear there's a lot of business owners here speaking on their behalf, and I think it's a wonderful thing. But as a resident, my mission, my goal to take the time out of my day-to-day to come down and talk to the commission is to remind you that we, the members of the community as residents, just your neighbor, every day hanging down the street, saying hi to each other, contributing my hard-earned dollars to the local business is something I think is a wonderful opportunity. Unfortunately, when I looked at the Saticoy area plan, I see this proposal has a birth date of 1990, a rebirth in 92, 96, and then again 2004, now 2014. For whatever reason that it has not come to fruition, my intention today is to come down and encourage the board with as much wisdom, experience, and knowledge that you have to hopefully see this project through. As a resident, I think it's going to give me great pride to say that's my neighborhood. I live in Saticoy. Currently, I am the member of one of the Regional Municipal Saticoy Country Club, also known as the Municipal Country Golf Course, but it's a fact that I'm proud of. The last thing I'm going to leave you with is that any member or any resident of a neighborhood is a king or queen of their castle, and you have the opportunity to improve their kingdom. And I think that's something that's a welcoming opportunity that only has great value in the positives. You will crunch the numbers, you will put together everything you need to do to make sure that this is in the best interest of the community and the people. But I welcome the fact that you have this opportunity to truly make a difference in that area. Anything?
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Commissioner Dugas.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at the 4 different alternatives that have been presented to us?
They were only recently brought to my attention today after taking a look at these. I would love to take a look at them. I'm going to put myself on the website for continued information and updates. I couldn't give my personal opinion on that without thoroughly looking at them.
And I respect that.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you in one of the shaded areas? Did you just buy property, or did you inherit property?
No, actually, there are 2 residents that you can explain to me.
My grandparents currently, my father was actually born and raised in Saticoy, and my grandparents, my great-grandparents were from there, and my grandparents still own homes there as well. And off of, let's see, Violetta is where they own homes.
If you want to use the pointer,
Oh.
there's Violetta up there.
Yes.
So, is it in the residential area or the proposed town center area of Violetta?
Well, that is where my family,
It's the residential area.
the residential area. I can't get
Okay, on our alternatives, though, Violetta also goes to either residential mixed use or to this town center.
Do you know what the cross street is on Violetta? Is it Olivia or Amapola?
What do we got here? Astor. This one, Violetta, and
Yeah,
is it Claville?
I think it's closer this way. I would have to.
Amapola, then?
I think so.
Okay. Now, your question is in regards
Where-
to how we feel about the different proposals relative to where we will be living?
I'm just wondering where your interest is. Is it on Violetta and, did you say Amapola?
Violetta, Amapola area, I guess
Okay.
is what she's telling me.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe?
Your kids are very well behaved.
Oh,
Good
thank
parenting.
you.
Yeah. Joe Anguiano?
My name is John Gano, and I am 82 years old. I lived in the Saticoy area. I own property in Saticoy on the corner of Lilia and Nassar. That's where the barracks and the grocery store are. And one of my questions would be, for years we have had a problem with water in Saticoy. I know one time when the Silvas owned the property over on the south side of Rosal Avenue, they wanted to develop, and they could never do anything because of the water situation. I guess the water situation has always been a problem in Saticoy. Now, my question is, we have construction going on Citrus Avenue where there's apartments coming up. We have construction going on Darling Road. Yet these people have water. And the downtown area, you know, nothing can be done on account of the water situation. You know, and that is one of my questions. Another problem that I have is when the road went through Saticoy, when Caltran and them were negotiating for the right-of-way and so forth, we proposed to have a stop sign on a corner of Wells and Violetta. Now, Caltrans said, well, it's too close to telephone, and we cannot have another stop sign so close together. But, you know, you go to El Rio, and on Simpson's Way, there's a stop sign, and on Doobie Street, there's also another stop sign. In between those two streets, there are 4 stop signs. 2 of those stop signs are within a block of each other. Yet, you know, as you toured today in Saticoy, you saw that in order to get out of Violetta, the 2 markets, the 2 main markets in Saticoy, are facing the north end. The only way that they can get out is to back up and go out and go to west, like Ventura. The only way you cannot make a left turn to come to Oxnard, to go to Oxnard. You have to go to the right. And it's a problem. Right now the problem in Saticoy is that we're divided into 2. Right there on Los Angeles Avenue, and I guess it had been proposed that they would extend telephone to Los Angeles Avenue. My concern is, are they going to wait 20 years to do this, or is it going to be done? How length of time is it going to be? You know, because right now the merchants in that area are hurting because they only have, they're not getting benefit out of the Darling Road complex that are being built, and they're not getting, and the only way, people are not going to go all the way to Campanula and come in through the back way because there's no in and out. So I am hoping that the Planning Commission has done a wonderful job, and I commend them, but something has to be done right away. You know, we can't wait 10 or 20 years. You know, these businesses, being a business owner, I owned the market, well, the family owned the market for 50 years on the corner of Azar and Lilia, so I know what it is I have been through the up of Saticoy when it was when there was all kinds of businesses. We had 2 lima beans, we had packing houses, we had 2 wanted houses, we had Brock, vegetables. It was a thriving city. The lemon house was going 3 shifts, during the summer. Now it's a ghost town because people cannot come in and out. So I'm hoping that the telephone extension could be a priority of yours to get it done right away. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Sir.
Commissioner Dukas.
I'm wondering if you've had a chance to look at the 4 alternatives that's been presented to
I
us?
have, and I think they're great. The only thing is, it'd be very hard to comment because we don't know what alternative you're going to have. And until, out of one of those alternatives is finalized, then, there will be some questions, some concern about them moving the crossroad from Alilia now to Amapola Street or to Campanula.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
that doesn't...
that would be one of my concerns, but I mean, it's too early until you really find out which alternative you're going to use.
Well, this commission is going to make a recommendation on which of those 4 that we're going to pursue. So I'd be interested in your opinion if you had one. At this point, understanding that there's going to be a lot of changes and permutations, but of the 4, do you have one that you're opposed to, or do you have one that you particularly like?
Well, I think I like the number 4 the best.
Thank you,
what
sir.
I have read.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Len Jensen.
Thank you. I know it's been a very long day looking at Saticoy. Appreciate it. I'm going to try to keep my comments as short as I can. We wrote a newsletter article in 2012, March of 2012, and our question was how much planning is necessary for Saticoy? You heard someone else talk about the plans. In the last 10 years, there's been 3 major studies, an update in 2004, the city did a major plan in 2009, and now we're doing another plan in 2014. And this choosing of an alternative, once you choose it, I'm understanding that it's going to create an EIR, which has to be paid for, and it's $250,000 to $350,000 to do that. And that's not a part of the grant. I'm representing CoLab today. Our bias, of course, is it's very important to preserve and increase the job base in Saticoy, and so that's part of our part of what we say is important. We actually agree very much with the 3 key findings of the market study. The second access route to Lirio is very important. Confirming the entitlements with these guys that have had their GPA parcels in there for, since 2010 is what I heard. And then, of course, the intersection of telephone and wells. I think those are the 3 most important parts of the plan. There's a lot of challenges here, and the first one that I haven't heard talked about at all today, but I didn't go this morning, was the Ventura City water policy. I don't understand how any of this can happen unless the city changes and allows out-of-service connections to the county. There's no more meters to be had, and the only other option is to have the whole thing annexed, and if that happens, then the city does the plan, I think, not the county. So I'm not sure I understand, where we are in this whole process. I think that the market study kind of said that there wasn't really that much population to support a lot of commercial development, and I'm wondering about that town center concept. It's something that's being tried to stamp out all over Ventura. They're trying to do it in the west side. It's struggling even in downtown Ventura to try to keep those guys, and so to think that that's going to happen and work here in Saticoy, I have great questions about. Permitting new projects. In order to get people in here, you got to have the time and expense come down and the difficulty come down for developers to come in and try to do something. I'm concerned very much about the form-based code. I looked at it at the west side. It's very restrictive. It increases the cost because there's all these things that you have to do. and it's complicated. And if a person comes in and they have an idea, they have to try to get it to work with the form-based code, and a lot of time they need to have what's called variances. And again, then you have to process a variance in addition to everything else. And I'm just wondering in general, for some of these mixed-use projects, are there large enough parcels to justify the infrastructure investment that it would take to do some of these large mixed-use projects? It all sounds good, but is it going to work in an area that's already developed like this? And of course, then there's no redevelopment dollars. So how is this going to work without having any redevelopment dollars to encourage some of this development here? And the other thing that's concerning, and was concerning very much in the West Side Plan, was the imposition of these non-conforming uses. I think you're seeing that a lot of the people who live in Saticoy have no idea which one of these alternatives to choose. And the reason is because they don't really have an understanding of what it means to them. But they will, because once the land use gets changed and they're non-conforming use, they're not going to be able to go back and do changes to their properties anymore unless they conform with that use. And if it has to be mixed use to residential, that could be very difficult for them to comply with. And that was the same problem we had looking at the West Side Plan too. And the transportation and circulation plans are exceptional, but again, who's going to pay for all this? How is this going to happen? Again, it's probably going to be private developer oriented, and it may end up being up to the property owners. So I guess the question is, I feel for you guys because you have to adopt an alternative, and it is the dreams of people who own these properties. It's their investment. Some of them, that's really all they have. And these changes could affect them, and it's going to be very difficult to understand what impacts it's going to have on them, and they're really not going to know until they try to do a project. I guess my question is there a way to do this without adopting an alternative? Can we just focus on the things that you absolutely want to change? The big one is to get the GPA processed for these guys that have been waiting in line for a while and let them do the development that they're looking for. But again, I think the three important things are the access route to Lirio, confirming the entitlements, and then, of course, working on that intersection at Telephone and Wells, which is the key access for the community. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sky Center.
Hello, and thank you, everybody, for everything you guys have been doing. Shelley, you've been awesome. It's been great working with you. One thing that I would really like to say is a lot of people look at Saticoy.
Can I stop you for a second? I apologize. Your name and your address.
Okay. My name is Sky Sunner. I own the property right there in Saticoy, the 1500, where the liquor store is. It's a 3-acre parcel right there.
Okay.
He's the vacant lot over here.
It was also really great working with Dave Sargent. We sketched up a bunch of ideas and cool, creative things. I want to talk a little bit about my store. I took over the store about 8 years ago, and since then, I wanted to do something I wanted to do something really good for the community. I wanted to bring something nice. And every time I talk to somebody, they say, Saticoy. Oh, Saticoy. And I wanted to show people that I could bring a really good, reputable business. Since we've taken over, we've doubled in size, we've tripled in sales, we've quadrupled in profits. And we've took up a small mom and pop shop and we put it on the map. And I know that this community, it can thrive, because if I pull out my customer base, 40% is coming from Oxnard, 25% is coming from Santa Paula, 15% is coming from Fillmore, and the rest is coming from Ventura. So my customers are not coming from just Saticoy. So a lot of our stats that we're looking at, it's like, oh, well, you can't charge this much rent, you can't do this. Well, you can if it's built properly. I've already sent letters to Starbucks, to In-N-Out, so many different franchises. I've gotten tons of replies. Everybody's interested. They just want to wait till the zoning happens. So I'm so excited. alternate 2 and 4, both I'm good with. I prefer 4 for the community, but I think I prefer 4, but 4 and 2 I'm good with myself. And the whole idea of that Dave brought up with the whole Lancaster, how you have the cars parking the park like this, the stores going along the side. It's something that, it's going to happen. With all you guys' support, I was a little kid. I learned to tie my shoelaces right outside that store. Sorry, I'm emotional about this. And I'm just really excited that we're headed in the right direction. Now, this is great. We're doing all this, and yeah, the zoning happens, and then the in lieu fee comes in. And the thing is I'm afraid of is that they're going to charge us too much money to even build. So one obstacle is solved, and what are we going to do about the next obstacle? I would like you guys to really think about that and try to make it easy for us to actually build this, to do this, versus just being a plan. I want to take action. My family wants to take action. We want to do something good for the community. But we need to work with the county. We need to work with the city. We need to get water. And we can't be charged outrageous water rates because we're not going to be able to build it. And again, I just appreciate everybody and all the work that, everyone's done, and they've brought us in, and we've had meetings after meetings, and they've listened to what we had to say and definitely implemented ideas that we all came up together. So that's been great. And, again, I'm just excited about this. I just hope that other obstacles like the in lieu fees and overcharging of water and whatnot could be a big problem. Another thing that I think that may be an obstacle for us is access. Right now, you can turn right into our property. You can also turn in left, but similar to what this gentleman said earlier, access-wise, where the market is off of, Alelia? Alelia. You can turn left and there's a keep clear zone. In front of our property, there's not even a keep clear zone. So it's really difficult. People can come in, but it's difficult. When you get a red light, that line just goes on for days. So, we would appreciate if we can make it where it's accessible from both sides. Because if it's easier accessible, then we can do the project that we'd like to do, just because, you can get traffic from both sides. Outside of that, I love the idea of mixed use, and, I've done research on it. Definitely areas they do mixed use, it brings down the crime rate. We're open to the mixed use and everything. So, we're good with all that. Just the few things is the water, as well as the being able to turn it into a property is probably a couple of the biggest things.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Commissioner Dukes?
Thank you for your comments. You've really touched us. I want to ask you one thing. Are you aware of the City of Ventura's meeting? Do you have any sense about that in lieu water fee and what the City Council is going to do? Have you spoken to them or communicated
Yeah, I've been
with
to the
them?
meetings, and the prices are pretty outrageous. Basically, I don't understand the terminology, but the people that I'm with, they broke it down. And to do a project like we'd want to do, it's way too expensive. So that's the only thing. I really want to do this project, and I want basically by 2015, if this gets approved, we already have our plan submitted. We're ready to build, because I know once somebody starts, no one's gonna be able to say, "Oh, your store's in Saticoy. You live in Saticoy." Thank you.
Thank you.
Sky, before you go. Sky.
Aye.
One more. So you're the one who took my donut store.
Yes, unfortunately, but
I need to talk to you. Because I know what it's like to try to make that turn out like you were talking about. So I got to be. It was one of my joys. I could stop and get my cup of coffee and a donut and come here. So
actually, we're still open at 5:30 in the morning. I have fresh donuts delivered in the morning, and I have coffee too.
And we actually,
we also deliver, so I can deliver conuts and,
I like
right
the stop.
here.
I like the stuff. I just want to, just a real quick comment, but I want you to understand why I'm leaning more towards 2 than 4 for Moore Park, and I know what it's like to do business on High Street when the trains come through. And more than once I've said, okay, wait, and literally the building is shaking. So and then also you've heard the transportation talk about trains and people, that's a deadly mix. So that, I just want you to understand, you said 2 or 4, and that's why staff anticipated my question. You said you could live with either. So I just wanted you to understand that.
Yeah, the other 2 I definitely don't like at all. These both, I'm good with either of the 2 of them.
Okay. Thanks for the information on donuts and coffee.
All right, thanks.
Greg Sandoval. And the last speaker card I have is for Chuck Rogers.
Hello, my name's Greg Sandoval, and I was raised in Saticoy, not quite born there because my family moved to San Fernando and they came back to Saticoy when I was 3 years old. So I grew up in Saticoy and I was part of the, I guess you can call them gangs, but not really that. We were just a bunch of kids that hung around together and we did a lot of things together just like all other teenagers do. But we had a lot of fun in Saticoy. My family, we all lived right next to the baseball diamond, the ballpark. We were 2 houses away from that, and it was still there. And I remember the ballpark used to be just full of weeds. Nobody ever took care of it, and we used to play around in the weeds. We enjoyed made trails and all kinds of things, but that was a lot of fun. But one of the reasons I'm here too is because the Native American part of the Saticoy site, the Saticoy period. The entire town of Saticoy was a Native American village, which is known now as Chumash Village. But I was concerned about, because you're developing the whole area, and but you don't mention anything about setting aside for a Native American, maybe a small parcel there for so you can develop something like a village or something, Chumash Village. I think that would be very important and very valuable in order to draw people into the town of Saticoy, because that name Saticoy is actually a name of the village. And so I think that would be a key to make people come into that town and stop there and want to visit and want to maybe buy a few things, a gift shop and those kind of things, Native American gifts. And I think that one of the reasons why it's always been so popular is because it's centralized. It's so right down in the very center of all the towns that exist today and which existed thousands of years ago, which Santa Paula was a village site, Camarillo was a village site, Wainimi was a village site, Oxnard, Ventura, Ojai, and all around. Everything in Saticoy was the very center of all the village sites. And today it's still the same way. You still have all these towns around it. So everybody has to go through Saticoy in order to be able to get from one town to the other. So that's going to make people come in, especially if you develop the town of Saticoy. Well, of course, they're going to want to stop and spend some time there, and that'll keep pulling people in more and more. So I really encourage you to continue on with this project because it's very, very important. Saticoy has been waiting for this a very, very long time. And now it's beginning to go down worse than it's ever been. And I feel very much that one of the other things I wanted to ask, if you could, the entryway from coming in from over the bridge and you go into Los Angeles Avenue right into the corner there, if you could build some kind of the bridge structure that used to be where the Saticoy Bridge was a railing bridge and kind of make that into an entryway. It doesn't have to be very long, but as long as it's got that railing type of bridge over it, and I think that would be very attracting to people as they're driving in. And that would be one of the things that I really would like to see there. And another thing too, in the central part of the Saticoy site, of Saticoy, I remember when I was young, the last sidewalks that were made of wood, where I think it was like 2 or 3 of them left over. So if you could bring that back into the sidewalks and make them out of planks. And I think that would be another valuable thing that would actually draw people to Saticoy and come spend some time there. As much of the sidewalks as you can possibly do. You can start with a small section and continue on, maybe around the corner and things of that sort. Because I remember seeing that when I was very young, and then when they ripped them all out, it was kind of a sad thing. Matter of fact, my grandmother, she took some of the wood and she built some kind of a small structure in her backyard with some of those wood, the planks. So it was, so those are couple of things I see. Oh, and I was very, very involved with the Veterans Home. When they brought the Veterans Home in, I was the main negotiator for the Veterans Home to be able to come in because I was in the Shumash Park preservation area. And in order for them to be able to get the Veterans Home within, we negotiated the preservation area for the Shumash Park. And so that was in 1990, from 1994 to 1995 and 1996. And I have some of the newspaper clippings that when we came to an agreement, I have them here if you want to look at them afterwards. But so I've been involved with the Saticoy area for quite a while, especially with some of the most important parts like the Veterans Home and now the redevelopment of Saticoy. So I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Dukas.
I'm just wondering, where are you envisioning a bridge to replace something that's, what streets?
As you come in as you're crossing over the Santa Clara River and coming into Saticoy, that small strip where it starts out with Los Angeles Avenue, it kind of a point. It kind of a point that goes in like this. Okay, that small section. It's a very small section, and that's the.
Is there any way that staff could flip back to the vehicular mobility map and shine a red light?
Where's the entryway from on Wells Road?
Do you see the river at the bottom?
Where are we?
And LA Avenue?
LA Avenue.
Oops, almost on
And it's only like about 50 feet long, so
Are you talking,
you could do
this
that.
is the river, and then this is Wells Road. This
okay.
is State Route 1,
Okay,
118.
right here. This section right here.
You're talking about this section?
This section right here.
So you are talking about this over here?
Yeah. Right there, that little section right there, the entryway right into central part of Saticoy.
Okay, so this...
You could build the railing bridge right over that, so it'll be a main entrance for it.
So is that NARDA?
That's LA Avenue.
LA. Yes, it's like a monument type
Like
of,
a monument type of
entry
thing,
or
because
archway or
that's
something.
what used to be on the bridge, actually all the way across from one end to the other, a railing all over the top. So now if you can just have that small section, because it'll kind of give you the same feeling that used to be before.
Okay. Commissioner Maggie.
All right.
Do you know a Julie Tamamate Stensley?
Julie Tumamite?
That's
Stencil?
it.
Uh-huh.
She talks about that they have 6 acres of property on Cosmos, which is part of the Archstone housing.
It's no longer Archstone housing. It's been sold the third time, and so.
So the 6 acres, they don't have anymore.
Well, that's the part that we negotiated in 1994. I was very involved in that to be able to reserve. We expanded the property because it was only going to be 2 acres, 2.5 acres. So we expanded it to 5 acres in 1994 to 1995. And I have the original signatures. I have the signatures, a copy of the signatures of all the people that were in the final meeting when we had the agreement May the 30th, 1995. And so we agreed on going ahead, and there was three conditions, and one I don't remember right now, but one was to transfer the property over to the Native American people, which is the Chumash of today, and the other one was to build an American Indian Veterans Memorial in the property, and I can't remember the third one, but I haven't been down, but anyway, there's the three conditions, and we all agreed on it. We signed on it, and we have the signatures on that date. And from that point on, that's when the veterans home was accepted
So
to come
the
in.
status of that property today is?
It's still there, but it's. I can talk to you about that later because there's some things going on.
Okay.
But is that area outside of
It's actually,
the
it
plan?
used to be in the city, but as soon as we're going to develop the apartments, that's when it was annexed into, it used to be the county, but that was annexed into the city right up to Wells Road.
But still,
It
isn't
also-
that property outside of this plan area?
It is outside of the
Yeah,
plan?
it is.
Yes.
It is outside the plan area right now?
All right.
And so that's the reason why I was asking if maybe in downtown Saticoy, you can actually set aside a section for Native American, whatever use it could be for. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chuck Rogers?
Good afternoon. Chuck Rogers, 2918 Surfrider Avenue in Ventura. Here to speak to the general plan amendment and specifically to the alternative number 4 is our preference. However, for myself and Mike Rose, I think we could. The others will work, but 4 I think is the best. It's been a long road to get to this point. We started 6 years ago. There's lots of reasons why I stand here before you in requesting industrial zoning on the property. No need to go into all those. I would like to say, however, that prior to the pre-screening before the Board of Supervisors, we held several meetings with the community leadership and have met numerous times since, not just on this request, but general issues with the community. We've been very supportive of the community, and I can say that we have their support in terms of Sky and myself and my neighbor in terms of what we have requested for our 3 parcels. We appreciate that very much. I'd like to commend Rosemary and her team for showing real interest in Saticoy and what we want to do and in the community in general. They've been very supportive and instrumental in us arriving at this point today. And I know the hour is late, so I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's all I have to say.
Any questions? Thank you. I have no more speaker cards, so I guess that concludes the public hearing. Just as a matter of house cleaning, and I forgot to mention that Commissioner Onstad was not feeling well during the lunch hour, so he obviously didn't return for the afternoon session. Although I believe he was going to monitor it, he said. Also, as omitted disclosure on my behalf, although I know Saticoy pretty well, it has changed since the last time I was there, which was probably about 2 years ago at Christmas when we did a Sheriff's Christmas presentation at the community center a couple of years ago, an annual event. But I was in Saticoy yesterday, probably spent about an hour and a half just kind of reacquainting myself. Actually, it was split up into 2 segments. I was on my way to Thousand Oaks, and then I detoured back in the late afternoon, hit it about 4 o'clock, and intentionally drove into Saticoy off 118 onto LA Avenue, and then came out by Letta to Wells, and I got hung up in traffic, and it took a while to get out, and I could only turn right. So I have a clear understanding of the issue and the problem there, and I imagine it's as the commuter traffic increases, it becomes even more of a nightmare. You really have to, if you're coming out, particularly if you want to go to Oxnard, you really have to backtrack, I think, on LA Avenue to the light. Is it Narda we were at, where the light was at, and then go southbound on 118 from there. So anyway.
Are there any more questions of staff, or do we have all the information
Yeah,
we need?
do we have anything else from staff? Or?
I'm sorry, did you have more questions of staff?
And was there anything?
Is there anything else that staff wanted to respond to?
I
or-
would just want to let people know that we have the water engineer from Ventura Water. If you had specific questions about the in lieu fee or what the meeting for council will be Monday, she's here, graciously was here in the morning and agreed to come back in the afternoon in the event you had detailed questions for her. So I would offer you that opportunity.
Well, I don't think we ought to send her home empty-handed. I think we ought to hear her. So bring her on down. And if you could fill out a speaker card before you leave, for the record, that would be great. Thank you. If you'd introduce yourself. And
Sure. Good afternoon. Susan Rundgren, Water Resources Engineer for
Couldn't
the
catch
City
your
of
name.
Ventura.
Susan.
Rundgren. Rungren. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion, and you've heard one commercial resident talk about the situation. So if you could talk, and I know Commissioner Onsat wanted to ask these two questions, but if you could take us through where things are at as far as the 3/4 inch meters, the credits, and I guess the next thing is also what will be discussed on Monday.
Sure. Our existing extraterritorial water policy for the Saticoy area includes any existing parcels can obtain a 3/4 inch meter. So that does limit some of the properties in the area for, industrial use or single-family home could only be probably one or two. The workshop Monday is an in lieu fee, which is separate from the extraterritorial water policy. And what we're doing for council is providing them a workshop. So there'll be a PowerPoint presentation, and it's online right now at the city website. So we're just giving them a presentation on what it is, what it means, kind of some background, and then there'll be discussion on it.
So am I understanding that industrial or residential, which are the two uses that we're principally looking at here, residential mixed use and manufacturing, need 1 or 2 inch, and we're limited to 3/4 inch?
It just depends what the use is. If it's obviously if it's a large water producer like a Pepsi-Cola plant or something, it's much more than that. But maybe a mini warehouse wouldn't need it. It just kind of depends. Usually single-family homes use a 3/4 inch. That's kind of a standard.
what is, excuse me, Commissioner Maggie?
Talk about the in lieu fees. How's that work? How's the price determined and so forth?
There is a report online, and we're giving that presentation to council on Monday. So I would kind of suggest maybe you guys come to council or watch that presentation. I don't want to give a presentation in advance of our council.
In 25 words or less.
What it does is it allows people to, we're asking people to bring water rights for any new development, whether it be county or city. And so in advance, we're telling developers this is a proposed in lieu fee, so we condition any developments to that this might happen. And so council needs to take a look at that and decide, is that what we're going to do?
And if you don't have water, then it's an in lieu fee. Is that
correct?
Okay, thank you.
And in regard to water and construction, residential construction, we're hearing that there's approximately 1,000 dwelling units in some stage of planning or proposal before the city at this time. Is that right? Over the next couple of years, I imagine.
Yeah, we did a 2013 comprehensive water supply report, and that's online also, and we're going to go back to council probably in April or May on that for 2014, and what we're looking at is our supply and demand. So any projects that have been approved, we've already put in that plan, so we know kind of where we have a cushion of our supply versus our demand. So any new development, we put in this matrix, and we're going to council to basically update every year our supply and demand kind of our outlook on that. So those developments that have been already approved, We're anticipating there's I think it's 230 units per year that go through, and we're anticipating with our supply and demand, those will be built by 2019. But again, it depends how many building permits come through, because some years are obviously better than others economically.
And given the state of nature and water situation we're in today, I guess I'm kind of at a crossroads here. Where's the water coming from? What is the source of Ventura's water for this additional demand?
Well, we have existing 5 sources, but all of those, depending on if it's a groundwater basin or Lake Casitas, they all have their own issues. In Ventura River, obviously, we were getting down to nil. Now that the rain had helped a little bit. What our in lieu fee, what we're looking for is there's different projects out there for more recycled water. There's some projects kind of like, not necessarily exactly like the great program that Oxnard's doing, but everyone's kind of looking into indirect potable reuse, direct potable reuse, a lot of different projects out there.
But there's nothing on anybody's palette other than investigation and
right, and
exploring
looking
the
at
options.
grants and correct. Mm-hmm.
So we're talking something out years, probably 5-10 years before.
We have enough
something.
supply right now, but that's what we're looking at is when do we need that new supply and what monies do we need to get there?
And if the city council, as I read our reports, as a city council, if they move forward with the suggestion of in lieu of fees, something like that wouldn't be available to the county for any sort of development until after the city's allocations were.
Well, basically what we need to do is we need to have an ordinance through the city. That ordinance doesn't apply to county because it's county, but what
Right.
we do in the county areas is we do water service agreements. And so in those water service agreements, we would put in there some language for the in lieu fee. So it would mirror the city ordinance, but it would be in a water service agreement with county areas.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Just real quick, it's a workshop, not an actual, we're going to make the decision today?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this will be an ongoing activity for
Yes.
everybody. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we'll close the meeting.
I wanted also just to let you know, Dave Sargent has to leave shortly, so if there are any remaining questions for him, you can address him now before he leaves. Okay.
Not right now. Okay, thank you. We'll open it up for discussion.
Shelley, if I could, I had alluded to earlier the issue of the amortization by the selection of these different alternatives.
Right.
For the layperson, could you explain what that means because of the impact?
Sure. What it means in the context of Saticoy, when you change a zone from what it is to something else, in this case, in the event we change an industrial zone, a residential zone to an industrial zone, the houses that were once within that residential zone become non-conforming. But according to the ordinance, if you have a residential use that becomes non-conforming, the use can remain indefinitely. So the house never goes away unless the person living in the house wants it to go away. The limitation is on expansion of the footprint, although there even are some exceptions in the ordinance to those limitations. So for example, you could have an additional structure built that wasn't for human habitation. So the examples that we discussed internally were like a yoga studio or a woodworking shop or some sort of workshop that was associated with that dwelling. So there are some additions and expansions that a resident could have associated with that non-conforming use.
And their heirs? And their
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, maybe council wants to address that. I would assume so, but I don't know.
Say a property,
Like if a property owner leaves the house to their child, right? Is that what you're saying?
Or sells it.
So if they sell it, would it, I don't know if it would be an heir under that circumstance, but,
Well, they can sell the house to somebody else, and that... and-
right.
So at some point, the seller sells it to whom to turn it into a different zone? How does that work?
That's correct. My understanding is that the use will remain allowed regardless of who owns it, because the use and the basically runs with the land regardless of ownership. And so it's a matter of someone changes that use, then you can't go back to the old use.
So if they're sitting in what, M1 or something, and they want to change their particular lot to M1, they could do that?
Yes.
That's
Because that would be
interesting.
consistent with the zoning, right?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And then conversely,
Thank
right, okay, so if you have a use that, an industrial use that became residentially zoned, the industrial and commercial uses do have an amortization period, and it's based on the square footage of the structure. Typically, I think the first 1,000 square feet of the structure, you get a 10-year period for amortization, and it goes up from there for a maximum of 60 years. So depending on the size, an existing industrial use could stay there for 60 years.
But at the end of 60 years, it has to convert to that zone.
Correct.
Correct. So no matter how it was sold or to it. I want everybody to understand that when we
Right.
start changing zonings,
Correct.
there are windows to certain specific things.
Yes.
Is it 60 years from residential to M1 as well?
No.
No, residential can stay a residential non-conforming use forever until the structure is converted, or, until the owner of that house decides they want to have an M1 use there instead.
Or they could sell it to somebody who wants that,
Correct.
to do that? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Discussion. Commissioner Maggie?
Ladies first.
Or ladies first?
Well,
Commissioner
is there any objection to going about this like saying one alternative is off the table because we didn't find any support for it in the testimony that we received today?
I think at this point, we're just making a big wish list, and so, yeah, if
Okay.
you want to narrow it down that way, I have no problem.
I would omit alternative 3. I didn't find any of the public testimony that was in support of that plan. So I'm looking now at alternatives 1, 2, and 4. Of those alternatives, the information that we got that was key in my mind was that of the importance of the railroad right-of-way and the infeasibility of swapping out a crossing, and that utilizing that was the best in terms of economic revitalization of the area. So VCTC liked Alt 1, and the expert on the Mr. E, David, said that there was no difference between all of them. Although he has plan alternative number 2 as the preferred on economic vitalization using the primary land use objectives matrix. So that's 3 of the things that have informed my decision, my preference to get rid of alternative 3 and look at 1, 2, and 4 in terms of the land use. Anybody else have thoughts?
Well, on the matrix, the point system that was used to rate the various pluses and minuses of all the various factors, point-wise, there's really no difference between the 3 and 4 when it came down to the cumulative total of how they scored, how those 4
The
alternatives
table.
scored out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Go ahead,
not allowed
that's
to
fine.
talk, right?
Yeah, please.
The table was just kind of staff's attempt to bring so many different facets and considerations together. I would say there isn't necessarily any magic to the numbers. You know, we had a staff consensus about what we thought, kind of 1 through 4, how the options kind of fell out in a 1 to 4 kind of assessment.
And I asked the expert if he concurred with that, and his response was that in terms of economic vitalization, there that was his, he said, prejudice.
Right.
So that's what is informing my opinion. Not sustainability and not improving housing opportunities, but just in terms of economic vitalization.
Yeah, that's the way I saw it, and I agree with 3 I'm uncomfortable with. The thing that bothers me most about 1 is you have the RMU just next to the regular residential, then you have the town center, and then everything below the railroad right-of-way really doesn't work. That's why I like number 2. It's, like I said, it agrees with the safety issues that were raised to the largest degree by the VCTC, but it also, the RMU is more of a compatible use next to industrial uses. And then you have the residential on the other side of the town center. So you've got the town center truly being the center of a residential, but with the blended uses closest to the industrial. So that's why I lean towards that one. And just so everybody knows, we struggled with this in Moore Park back in 1990. All right, we literally have a railroad that splits the town. And so you brought up a lot of bad old memories, or good old memories, I should say. To the point we created a whole new zoning just for High Street, because there was just no way to make a nice clean matrix for that entity between the historical requirements, on and on and on. And one of the things we came up with is the mixed use is the right blending away from the industrial, particularly when you got a railroad. All right, because they're not going to get the amount of traffic we get, obviously, because of Metrolink and all that. But now that they've announced they're trying to promote more. So that's what we kind of found, is the people that would be in an RMU mixed use next to industrial, they accept that kind of a situation, that they would be over a business, all that. And then the natural progression for the town center is to pull from all of that. Okay. But before we go too far, if there's nothing else goes forward to the Board of Supervisors, is that second access on Jacinto Way. However we want to configure it, have the dollars and cents. If there's going to be any real revitalization while we go through all that, that second access has got to be key.
And that it's option 1 that we're wishing for the most. Option 1 of that access?
Yeah, well, it gets down to, as Ms. Jensen puts up, who's going to buy it and how you're going to spend it, but the thing is whichever is the most viable. That's to be determined. But I want that part really to move forward to the supervisors.
Well, I would, as long as we're wishing.
That's what we're doing. That's all we're doing. Yeah, well, option 1, fine.
Option 1.
Absolutely.
So,
Option 1 of the mobility map.
Correct.
of that section where it connects with County Drive. And then, I agree that alternative 2 gives a lot more flexibility and sense of the economic vitalization that needs to occur in the region, and using that railroad right-of-way as a resource, even though we're so limited on water. It seems like alternative 2 does more to meet those goals, at least in my mind.
Well, I look at the difference between 4 and 2. And before I do that, I want to put my pitch in and for all the work you guys have done. This is amazing. This is one very difficult square peg into a round hole. And whatever one is picked is going to have problems, and whatever one's not picked is going to have good things in it as well. But I like the concept of RMU, and I see not too much difference in that respect between number 2 and number 4, and so my preference would be number 4. And by the way, the circulation plans are excellent. Mobility.
And that monument and that history of the Chumash Center and the wooden sidewalks in front of a train depot, that's brilliant. It does sound like something that would, as long as we're wishing, that maybe we can put that into to celebrate the history. And I was so touched by the people who came and spoke with such passion and depth of understanding. I think we ought to listen to them.
Yeah, as a staff member working on this project, what has struck me over and over again is the passion and the connection that so many people feel to that community. And you don't get that sense necessarily from the decision makers. When you talk about Saticoy, it's Saticoy, and why do we want to put so much time and money and thought into Saticoy? But
Because
then
we
you
never
really
have.
get there and you talk to the people and you realize they feel very connected to it.
The connectivity, the mobility is really a major factor. The Nardo extension, that secondary access, ingress, egress out of Lirio is critical for the development of that area. Coming out on County Square Drive, obviously it makes sense. I don't know what will happen with the city of Jacinto over there. I mean, logically, Nardo should go through. And I don't know if this commission putting that proposal in front of the board as part of this direction puts any pressure on the city at all to move forward on it.
For purposes of staff direction, it would be helpful to know if there are elements of the mobility map that you don't support. Our plan would be to move forward with the mobility map as we've drawn it. But if there are things, it sounds like you have some concerns maybe about the railroad crossings.
I just don't find it feasible at all.
To move it, to exchange it?
No.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
I just think it's a non-starter.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen either. I mean, we crossed that issue when we were in Santa Knolls, and I think the information we were getting there, and again, that was an exchange. It was going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 to move that.
Okay.
To move.
And then as far as the telephone road entry, telephone road to LA Avenue.
Right.
No problems with that.
I think
Okay.
if we can make that, pedestrian parkway, whatever it is,
Okay.
something should happen there. As far as LA Avenue, basically dead ending into that, the parkway that access from Wells to the Saticoy Park, it prevents. It seems like to me it prevents the extension of LA Avenue out further north to Lario. Is it? No, excuse me.
Snapdragon.
Astor.
Yeah, Darling.
And from there connecting with Snapdragon on the other side, which you can drive through.
Right.
And that was part of what I found out yesterday when I was out there. I did ask her. I turned. Wow, I'm here. I didn't realize that you could access Darling Road off the end of Violetta. At one time you couldn't do that.
Right.
Till I almost got run over by a bus and wondered where it came from. And I found out that's the way we came in today. So, if LA Avenue is not extended and it really would help the flow of traffic. And it can't be because of the parkway access for the park for the pedestrians. Then maybe some sort of pedestrian walkway, so you're not looking at a block wall or a chain link fence or a wood barricade at the end of the street.
Commissioner Rodriguez, I think you misunderstand our proposal. We are proposing that the vehicular, that telephone road, the vehicle road, be extended into LA Avenue, and that the pedestrian walkway start at LA Avenue and then go to the park.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about that. Yeah, that would make, and that makes perfect sense.
Okay,
And that
and then
eliminates that S-curve situation onto SR.
Okay. And then the existing cross of LA Avenue over into the city, north.
Right.
Again, as we've said, that's part of the existing area plan, and we intend to include it in our revisions also.
Okay. Okay.
Has, who's responsible for the Saticoy drain? Is that watershed
Watershed
management?
protection.
And they don't have any funds? Did it used to daylight? I mean, did it used to be just a culvert?
You know, I'm not really familiar with the history of the drain. What we've heard is that, as a general rule, they're open to having their facilities, which this is included in that definition, be made available for recreational purposes. So we're hoping to work with them in the future to see if there's some reconfiguration of this whole section that would allow them to replace the drain in a way that would allow for that access.
Yeah, because I can't tell whether at one point it was a culvert and then they added pipe and then they covered it up.
Rajita Kadakia again. It used to be a ditch road, as what they used to call it. This was way back in the early
Last century.
way back.
Yeah.
I don't
gonna say
remember.
50 years ago.
But the drain that you have currently, it's a concrete drain which was put in about in the late 1960s.
Yeah,
About 45, or it's about 45 years old itself, and it's nearing the end of its life period.
Well,
the way it's been designed currently.
Because there's not enough room in it
Exactly.
to convey the water. So, and there's no daylighting anywhere. I don't see where it daylighted. So, and they don't have plans to replace it?
They say that it's one of their newer facilities in the county, despite its age.
Well, that's not.
And it isn't kind of at the top of their work plan.
So it's ending its life pretty soon, but it's one of the newest facilities.
Yeah.
All that feels.
Yeah, but it partly because it's
development
undersized. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, they've been open to talking about maybe getting grant funds through their water grants that allow for storm drainage improvements, and so they're open to exploring the concept of getting grant funds for a big project like this. But it'll take that kind of money.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. I feel, I realize alternative 4 was a recommended favored, being a hybrid of all of them, but I kind of lean toward number 2 also. And I realize there's speakers here who spoke, a couple of them was a lot of passion. And I don't know to what depth they looked at this, and I think 1 or 2 of them spoke about alternative 4. But I think, I also think if we're going to create the vitality, the groundwork to try to vitalize this area with some commercial and address the transportation issue with the railroad and stuff and that potential, I like number 2.
The vitalization is a good point.
Yeah.
Kind of the horse before the cart.
Yeah.
So number 2 is your recommended alternative?
Well, before we did that, Mr. Chair.
We do
Yeah, we do.
Sorry.
We're just digesting.
And we're just processing. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm going, open.
I guess,
For
Mr.
comments.
Chair, if I could.
Commissioner Western.
If the director could give us some direction, what she needs to take back to the board before we finalize it?
Well, what we're looking for here is for some direction and some dialogue, and I think that that is exactly what we're doing. We're not really going to the board, right? We've already gotten the direction from the board to go ahead and work with our general plan applicants and work on our CEQA document. So in order to focus our CEQA document, right, we're here to ask, what is it that you would like us to focus on? So, I don't think we had a very strong recommendation between 2 and 4. There was issues with all of them. I think that the issue that we were looking at perhaps in 4 is we weren't going to make as many single-family homes non-conforming, right? That was a concern. So we're just looking for some direction to go forward, to have some of our other studies done, and to have some sort of preferred alternative for our CEQA document.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that this board recommendation is the alternative number 2, and that in your mobility study that there's an understanding that we don't support trying to swap out.
And that we also support option 1 on
Yeah, the option 1. Option 1 on the alternative route.
Go back to the
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and there were 2 other recommended actions. One was confirm the direction on the development code. It's a form-based code versus the non-coastal zoning ordinance that we're all used to. So that's, we would continue to develop that and work on that document, assuming we get the support from the commission. If you want to redirect us in that way.
Yeah, I'll add that to the motion to continue on the form.
Okay.
Okay. I think there's a lot of good ideas, but I think Ms. Jensen also gave us caution, but new ideas are going to be needed for this area.
Does that cover?
Do we cover everything?
You said there were 2 things.
There's one more. We talked about the institutional barriers, and some of the things we'd like to do internally is to work with our county family and try to make some potential changes in policies and ordinances, particularly related to transportation and parks, that don't allow for sort of proactive funding of some of the town center improvements or civic amenity development that we're hoping to see. So our goal, again, is to dialogue with the county family. We've certainly begun that dialogue over the last 12 months, and we want to continue it to see if we can come up with some suggested policy and ordinance changes that we would bring forward, of course, to the commission and then to the board.
Okay, I'm watching the clerk frantically trying to figure out what she's going to type.
Yeah.
It's
I think-
recommended action a D.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is, proposed approach for removing existing institutional barriers that prevent the construction of
Recommended-
infrastructure improvements.
Okay. Number 1, it's read. The motion is that this body recommends alternative number 2, that we support the mobility study.
Map.
I'm sorry, wrong word. Particularly with option number 1. Okay. And that recommendation number D, to continue dialogue with the internal family regarding, you want to call it restrictions or?
Do you want to describe what? Okay, it's really, we want, the ultimate goal is to change our ordinance, some of our ordinances and our policies that exist now.
That are creating
relate to
roadblocks for you.
transportation and parks.
Right.
But
Okay.
before we can do that, we need to work with the people in parks and transportation.
Okay, let's use institutional barriers, since they like to phrase that. And number 2, to move forward with the form-based coding.
Okay.
Are we including any of that recommendation regarding celebrating the history of the area with the special call-outs on the Shumash Native American attraction and the old western sidewalks and a gateway? Any of those kind of like gingerbread things? Are we going to tack that on, or?
I tell you what, why don't we make this motion, let's make that a second recommendation, since it was something that evolved out of our testimony.
Good idea.
Okay.
So the motion is?
What he told her.
Clerk's got it.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. We can vote.
One point of clarification, when we're talking about the mobility map, we've spent a lot of time talking about the vehicular map, and we had two maps. One was the multimodal and the other was vehicular. So if there are any issues that you feel need to be
No, they're
addressed.
both included.
Okay.
Did we include not moving the railroad?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you can try. But it's like,
No, I would never attempt that.
you certainly can try. But remember we talked about the elephant in the room? The railroad's one of them.
You know, I don't think we need to tack on anything
Okay.
else.
I-
They've got it in their head. So.
Yeah, I mean, staff knows what,
Yeah.
Wooden
We just thought it was
sidewalks,
really
arching
cool.
signs. Okay. Sky's not here, huh? I wanted to make sure I had a maple bar on the 20th when it comes through. Well, tell them I want a maple bar at 8 o'clock when it comes through on the 20th.
okay, that concludes item 7.
Ladies,
Yeah.
treat yourself. Bubble bath. Little
Heck, I want a
wine.
maple bar. I want his maple bar.
You
I was just gonna
deserve
say-
it. This was without a doubt the most comprehensive, detailed,
Tough.
nothing left unanswered presentation that I can recall, and I've been here more than
Yeah,
10 years.
That was good.
Very
Like all
well,
the pictures.
very well
Thank you.
done. Very well done.
And since it was county council's phone that went off, I think she owes you the maple bar.
Is that what you're fumbling around?
Could you make a motion on the bubble bath?
Okay, moving to item number 8, discussion.
Oh my gosh, you have more items.
Discussion, report by Plan Director, board actions, other matters.
So Chair Rodriguez, I want to thank you all for the long day, right? I know it was a long day, but I do want to chime in with the rest of you and really commend the staff. Rosemary and Shelley and Rachita have just been working so hard on this, and they're just in the community and just knocking on doors and really wringing public participation out. And it's been so fun, right, to watch a team like this work, to try to really envision something nice for this community. So I did understand, Lynn's comments, and she does bring some good things forward, but you're right, if the city is not going to annex and have a plan for this, then the county is obligated to do it, right? So we found some grant money, and we're going after it. So. And then on to other things, the March 13th hearing that we had scheduled for the Irina Hauser case, the keeping of wild animals, was postponed due to Commissioner Onstott's need to be somewhere else that day. So it was moved to the 20th, and I thank you all for doing that so we wouldn't carry it on too much longer. And we also have a hearing scheduled for April 3rd and April 17th. So we were quiet at the beginning of the year, but steadily busy right now. So that's all I have for you today, unless you have something for me.
Okay, lastly, items by the Planning Commission you want to introduce? No. Nothing? Okay. In that case, we're adjourned.